Felicitations, my family of fledglings, ghosts. So good to unsee you as well. Welcome to Damian Halme, disruptor of the status quo, reprogrammer of your bad programming. Hi and welcome. How dare you be eating cats and dogs? I know. Chills. Hello and welcome. We Hop in the house and YouTube, thank you very much for the contribution of your watch hours this evening. We are, as a matter of fact, still farming watch hours. We hit partner not that long ago, and there's still one more milestone to unlock. That's right. The standard way to be fully partnered in YouTube is not part of the title, and it requires a few more watch hours, but we're chugging through those like they're nothing. Since the announcement of hitting the title partner in YouTube, we are 1/4 of the way to finishing the final milestone as well, which is just more watch hours. I've already hit every other milestone ages ago, but that one takes a longer time. So here we are. Thank you for the chills, Akumu. How is everything? Yes, it's true. We've been taking care of the little. She got that typical thing that most littles get, which is that gross, nasty sickness when you touch your eyes after having touched a bunch of other gross stuff. Pink eye. The bad kind. There's the kind you just like put a wet washcloth over and let them deal with it. And then there's the kind you have to go get medicated drops because it gets all nasty. Yeah. And also we found out her kindergarten teacher is really has a really bad history with pink eye and cannot take medicated drops. I think she's allergic or something. So she really can't have our kid around until she's feeling all better. So we've been on high alert, making sure she's rehabilitated as fast as possible. That debate was absolutely hilarious. Yes, we will discuss tonight's topic on D's Discourse. Is last night's presidential debate. It's topical. It's handy. I rarely go so much into quickly following political news, especially because we were quick to follow the attempt on former President Trump's life, and I got a lot of backlash for coming out so fast and publishing people's opinions on the idea on this very channel. So I'm going to be slow and factual about things going forward, and certainly not sharing what my community believes through my own mouthpiece unless I'm reading your chat here tonight actively. I will not say, yeah, you know, somebody DM'd me this idea or this conspiracy, because that led to some bad issues last time. But we live and learn how to create good content here on 4 different channels. Yes, we are indeed streaming across YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and Kick all at the same time. If you're a super follower, like to support a content creator for free in every capacity that you can, send a follow across all 4 of those particular platforms and watch as much as you can on YouTube, because that's the one that cares about watch hours right now. Enshrouded server needs updating so I can deliver more. Oh, yes, we can take care of that. I need to make myself a note then. Give me 1 second. Also, hello, Troa. Update Enshrouded server, says I in my notes. Excellent. That's there. I will remember to do that. 2. No school for the little again. Oh, no. What happened? 3. Is the pink eye any better? Yes. Yes, it is significantly better. There is no more death goo coming from the eyeball. And we don't have to keep sanitizing literally everything in the house and telling the little and the tiny, no, you cannot share this. No, you cannot touch this. No, you cannot offer me your food. No, you cannot, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. Number 2, I think, is due to the Snapchat issue. Is this the thing that was going on specific to your area? The certain person? Yeah. I don't do politics, so I'll only be making jokes about both candidates. If you have good jokes about anyone in politics, I don't care who it is, a joke is a joke. And that's funny. And politicians as a career choice, it's inherently funny on its own. I think everybody's able to be made fun of. So by all means, go right ahead. Hugo says, obviously polls are kind of jank, but Washington Post had a poll with 6% saying they changed their vote to be against Trump from his performance. 17% say they're reconsidering voting him from it. Interesting. Interesting. Which is quite a bit more than their poll of people losing faith in Biden from his debate. Yeah. We'll see. It's always hard to tell, you know, with pollsters, generally finding people who are willing to take time to give a news media company their opinions on politics. It's going to skew in certain direction. Certain demographics are going to be more likely to be free and open to have those conversations with a news medium. But that all said, polls only say what people are thinking or feeling right this moment. And there are plenty of people. In the shadows, Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Troa, your duty is to come back and unlurk and tell us what it is that you're eating, please. The thing with polls is they can only predict what pollsters tell you that they want to do, and they might change their mind partially through, and they don't represent anybody who wouldn't talk to news media. So if somebody either just doesn't like doing polls, doesn't like doing that kind of stuff for free, like myself, I like to be paid to give people my opinion, or they just don't have the time because they're busy working 2 to 3 jobs like our family does. I think we're up to 6 jobs in this household now, and there's only 2 adults. Don't worry, we're not making the kids work right now. Then yeah, some of these things just don't happen, and you won't see the vote until voting time comes about. Yeah. I'll DM you and no, this is completely different. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I just don't mess with politics. I will joke about so much shit. I have no limits, but people get so riled up about opinions, so I just stay neutral. Yeah, it depends on what area you're in and what especially your family or friend group is like. Some people can't just be neutral and funny and have loose opinions about politics or be willing to hear the other side and their motivations. Some people take it so seriously, right? And they turn it into a war. I have a friend who was pretty neutral in his political views. He became very radicalized toward one side, and he's so radicalized, even people who are part of his political party are his enemy if they don't check all of his boxes. So he needs you to be not just on his side, but like ride or die, agree with him on everything, or you're also bad. It's just, who's got time to make those kind of, well, this guy does. My favorite line from Trump was, "These illegal immigrants, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets." I saw a post, I tried to grab it, but I couldn't download it and make it work, of him saying that line over top of the Peanuts piano music, and it lined up perfectly. It was so beautiful. I'm in a red state, a heavy red state. I love the Deep South. I'm in the Deep South as well. Most people around here are super radicalized to the red, and I'm a little shit. I tease Trump in front of them on purpose. Good. Nobody in politics should be a cultural icon, right? Politician's job is to be the mouthpiece of the people and not a force of nature themselves. I would rather find a politician that says, I listen to my constituents well. I go around and I shake hands and I hear their concerns. I follow data from scientists and officials in specific regions of study, and I'm informed by those around me as to how to do my job. Not I have a strong personality myself, and I'm charismatic to the point where people will do whatever I say because I'm convincing. I'd rather have a politician who's convincible than one who's convincing me. If that makes sense. Polls inherently got hella issues with them. It's true. I think of them as entertainment value and not much more myself. Yes, I think I agree. There's so much funny shit Trump said. Liko says at Weeha. One of mine is that after 9 years, he admitted he still has absolutely zero plan for healthcare. If the GOP had plans for removing Obamacare and replacing it with something else, the Affordable Health Care Act, then they would have done it during Trump's term. They would have found something, maybe even executive ordered it, because it was such a big talking point for a long time that the ACA was so garbage that the GOP needed to step in and make maneuvers about it. The fact that they didn't have a solid plan, something that they could go bipartisan with and convince enough Democrats to also come along board with them, shows that the point was to scare their constituency into action. And unfortunately, that's a big tactic with this particular election as well. I see a lot of people using scare tactics. If you don't vote for this color, if you don't vote for this party, here are all the disastrous things that are going to happen to you, as opposed to creating a more cohesive policy explanation for positive things. Not positive in a positive viewpoint, but in a bring things to us, bring policy to us and explain that. Give us a plan. Don't tell us what plans we're voting against. Show us what we're voting for. You know what I mean? That's been a plague for both sides, I think, a little heavy on this particular election. Because I'm a fair man, my favorite in general from Kamala, this is from memory, so please be kind, is when she was talking about how dare you say Merry Christmas when these children can't have a happy Christmas. I don't remember. I might have missed that particular line. It was a charity event. I hate politics because it's a shit slinging campaign now. It's been for a while though, right? It has been for a while. I'm a purple party man myself, meaning I'm extremely neutral. That's good. To be purple means that you have the ears of both parties, because when it comes down to who is important to convince of their ideas, the far right and the far left are unconvincible. They have no ideology shifts that will help them out. There's nothing that either party will say that will push or wiggle those people out of their votes. It's really the swing voters, the undecided voters, are the ones that vote on merits alone, and those merits either change within you as you grow, or you're just more neutral on the spectrum. You're the most important type of voter. Now, where you live right now, because of the Electoral College, that might not be the most important vote in your area. Electoral College means many votes get lumped up together and then presented by an electorate. So being in a place that's radicalized one direction or another means you might be silenced to some degree, which is another reason why out of the deep South states, I'm pleased to live in Georgia, because here we're very much a battleground. So everybody's vote here very much matters. Yeah. I've taken multiple tests to see what groups I align with, and I always score a middle ground between every group. That's good. That's good. Again, yeah, you're the reason why politicians spend the crazy money, go around and do campaigning, do these debates. these things are not meant to solidify or gather more sway in areas that historically already have a strong bend toward one party or the other. They're working and they're spending this money to try to get a purple vote on their side. Ligo says, I live in Nebraska, similar out here, weehaw. I'm definitely not neutral, but I like looking at views from both sides. I think more of us would be more neutral if both sides offered a little bit more from the other side than they do currently. And the problem with both parties is in the last, I want to say, a decade or so, there's been a lot of disenfranchisement of the other side. The traditionalists, the conservative folks that look toward our roots and especially care very much about some of the Protestant Christian background that this country is not founded on. We weren't founded on really a Protestant ideology, but large swaths of our heartland and our farming areas and sort of the smaller population areas are strongly traditional, strongly religious, and there's a significant drop off in those areas' politicians for anyone who cares about urban matters, scientific progress, people who are in tech, people who have thoughts outside of traditional family creation, and just people that don't fit a traditional framework themselves as an individual, whether that's your sexual orientation or identity yourself. There's just not enough outreach for people different than the current GOP. And the left in our country also doesn't reach very far. They don't speak to blue collar well. They don't speak to rural well. They don't speak to religious people well. Not that Trump is particularly great at having a religious conversation, but I think the left would see higher success rates in places where it's not highly urbanized and there isn't a lot of money and people pumping through, especially your coastal areas. The left is historically, in the last decade, having trouble getting through to the middle of the country because there's no messaging that they're providing that says anything to those people, that says that tradition and core values and religion are okay and how those people will feel supported. Or if we are progressing forward as a nation, we're leaving behind some of that conservatism, how to make it okay for those people to let go and come along with. There's no good messaging from the left to make that happen. So it's polarizing. We're a very polarizing nation these days, I think, as a result. Weehaw says, this opinion goes back to the day I learned about certain political groups. If you live in an echo chamber, you can never truly have a full understanding or opinion on an issue, which is why we exist. This channel exists. Everything that I do, I think, exists to create an expansion of the paradigm within so many of us, where we get trapped either by social media feeding us what the algorithm says we think we really love, giving us political ideas, philosophies, religious takes that further enhance our experience on that platform so that we'll continue to stay, provide more ad revenue, ad likes, just spend more time in a certain vein. And as a result, social media is doing the same sort of thing politicians and other big corporations would love, which is to filter you down, distill you down into some ideas, so much so that you're incapable of really seeing what's happening on the other side. Yeah, absolutely. Echo chambering. My state, I choose not to say, is actually turning around now that I'm thinking about it. There's a large blue movement in the northern part of my state, but it's still extremely red. Interesting. I've explained my George Washington view on politics. You have not. You have not. Ali, hi, and welcome back. As an anarchist, screw both of them. I fully understand, especially in the US right now, the idea of anarchism sounds particularly exciting. We have very big logistics issues that I don't know how those would be solved by anarchy, but I understand the sentiment. I'm gonna do a debate with Weeha. Oh, Lycos has drawn gloves, and what do you toss your gloves on the ground, smack somebody with your glove? Lycos is doing something with gloves at Weeha. I don't know the proper analogy. I'm gonna do a debate. First question is, how do you like your water? I hear talk of Weeha liking his water warm like a crazy man. Chilled is the only way. You wouldn't trust your children with a warm water enjoyer now, would you? All right, Weeha, what do you have to say to that in rebuttal? Weeha actually might be answering my question about George Washington view on politics right now. So give him a moment, because he might have things to say. Meantime, while that's happening, I will be the mouthpiece of your debate tonight. The Lycos and Weeha battle of 2024 for the constituents in the Damien Holme channel. In the meantime, let's discuss a little bit about what some of the key takeaways of last night's debate. Oh, Weeha. Actually stopped his George Washington view on politics just to answer Lycos's savage attack. Whoa now, says Weeha. Warm water is simply underrated. As a room temp water enjoyer, I find both sides are fully open and enjoyable. Lycos, my friend. Ooh, reaching across the party lines, actually. Weeha has extended his hand in friendship, the olive branch as it were, and says that all water is good water. Lycos, what do you have to say to that? Weeha is accepting your worldview and his together at the same time. Yeah, it's true. Oh, Lycos says, I'm gonna mess him up. Room temp is one step away from murder, says Lycos. I can't shake hands with a murderer. Yikes. As moderator of this event, may I ask Lycos, what is it about room temperature that is so murderous? Room temperature water. Not warm, I think. You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie. Hello, Oz. But what is it that's so murderous about the warmer side of water temperature? Oz says, sadly, Swifties do have
Stop
sway.
kissing everything.
Welcome, Raiders. Hello. How are we all doing tonight? Welcome to the show named after me. It's just my first name, last name. Damien Holme here, disruptor of the status quo. Welcome. For those of you that don't know me, I am deliberately destroying the echo chambers of the internet and creating a place where we can talk about both viewpoints, understand our opposition, come to a place where our schema are a little bit widened, our paradigms are a little bit challenged, and we can at least understand the other side of the algorithm that's not fed to us because our preferences have shaped us so much into an echo chamber. I'm trying to help break those. And we just have fun. And I'm also a degenerate, so that's all that good stuff. So why would you say Swifties do have sway, but add the word sadly? What is it with you and Swifties? Do you and Taylor Swift have beef? Can we talk about that? This sounds like actually hot pressing news. The streamer of Oz and Taylor Swift have a long-lasting rivalry, and I'd like to understand the roots of the cause. What is it that you have so much against Taylor Swift, Oz? Weeha says, the George Washington view states that political parties will tear our country apart. Interesting. That's a direct quote from Washington, and it has proven true. I would chance to agree with you there. I think one of the biggest issues we have with political parties right now is that parties create an expectation, a very heavy one, on their candidates. So much so that if you don't check many boxes, you run the risk of disenfranchising your fellow politicians in that same party. You run the risk of disenfranchising your constituents and losing favor. And if you can't find something else to fill in that gap, you're playing a very dangerous game. If you're only maybe 80% your party and you're missing 20%, people are going to have a real rough time. Welcome back, Tra. We see this very much so in issues like the Palestinian protests, especially Palestinian Americans protesting Kamala. And we also see it in evangelicals against Trump. These are situations that happen because these particular candidates are not lockstep with the with every checkbox that their party has. If we were a little more cool around the edges or boundaries of what makes a politician, or understand what it is that they need to do for their job versus just trying to appeal to a cult of personality with them, maybe that would be a little bit different. But we are getting worse and worse with political parties. I stand to agree with George Washington as well. And I appreciate that that came from somebody who started this country out. Weehaw adds, room temperature is truly the proper way. When your cold water sits, it becomes room temperature because it knows that room temp is the place to be, my dear adversary. All right, let's catch up with Twitch chat here. Liko says room temp can harbor bacteria way more easily, especially if it's stagnant. You're practically asking to be poisoned. Oof, good point, good point. Interesting. Says there's too many people that follow her like she's a deity. Are you perhaps jealous, or what is bad about following Taylor Swift? Has she led her people astray? When they deified her, what has she done with that power? What kind of harm do you think it's caused to the Swifties for them to follow her like that? Akumu says, I drink room temperature water. It sounds like Akumu is an official constituent and endorser of Weehaw this evening. She drinks room temperature water, but my house is a bit on the chilly side, so the room temp is chillier too. Oh, an interesting purple vote, perhaps, actually. The room temperature water is cooler in Akumu's house. Also, Lady Nico says that her mom loves Taylor Swift. I think she's okay, but I don't think she's as hype as people make her out to be. That's fair. Troa, hello, welcome. I'm being lazy, so I went to Burger King for a burger thing. I love the prosody of that statement. Sounds good. Sometimes self-care also means don't spend so much time in the kitchen trying to do the thing. Just shortcut to the food. Why don't you? I don't blame you. Yeah. We also adds, I extend my hand to you, and you have shot it down, Likos. You, sir, are not a debater, but a trash talker. I see. Weehaw taking it a step into meta, accusing Likos not just of having an issue with water, but having an issue with Weehaw. That Likos is choosing to mudsling, where Weehaw was ready to make some sort of concession so that they can move on to higher level topics. Likos refuses that level of connection. Very well done. Very well done. All right. Likos adds, room temperature is where things... Room temp is where things way too sure? I'm not sure I understood that sentence, or if there's a typo in there. Oh, sway. I see. You added just below. Room temp is where things sway to. Sure, but the nature itself slowly decays over time as well. When the unswayed universe sways towards an inevitable end, can we really say that that end is the right path? Nay, intervening for the sake of all is the correct choice. Chilled water or death? How? What say you, Weehaw? Lady Nico says, politics are getting very tribalistic. I agree. It's partly why I exist here tonight. And Lady Nico also adds, time temp contamination is a thing. It sounds like Lady Nico might be an endorser of Lycos. How about that? We adds, you see, in my party, we extend hands with other parties to find a perfect ground, and we enjoy room temperature. Cold temps and room temps could be friends. After all, a house divided against itself cannot stand. So said Abraham Lincoln. Lycos, what say you to that? While you are catching up with chat, I'm going to add some key takeaways from the actual debate. This is great. I actually very much love this. We have a real live debate happening now between two of our strongest political figures, and we're also recapping last night's debate as well. Very good stuff. Lady Nico says, is this specifically about cold or room temperature water? Because I don't drink straight up water. I'll make tea or infused water. Debaters, that's going to be our new topic as soon as you have settled this discussion on temperature alone. What of those that will not drink water? What of those who will generally do some sort of infusion, tea, an alteration or addition to simply drinking water on its own? It's still hydrating. What do you say to your constituents in that particular camp? Lycos says, I'm willing to extend a branch if Weehaw admits that stagnant room temp water can be dangerous if not consumed very promptly after pouring. Weehaw says, Troa.
Troa says, hi, I just subscribed.
Thank you so much for the sub. 22 months. And I believe all of those have been with Prime. How somebody can choose their one Prime sub, the only sub that you can do on Prime month after month, and continue to make that be here, is overwhelming. Even today, I say this a lot, many times that Troa has renewed. I say this, but I still mean it. In fact, the longer it goes, the more I feel indebted to you and hope that something of value comes out of these shows and my mouth when you watch my streams, such that you get a value proposition out of using up your Prime sub with me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it quite a bit. Okay. Weehaw says, we're not enemies but friends. Your cold water enjoyers and my room temperature friends can sing together, dance together, drink together. That was a quote from Weehaw. Lycos, we have a common enemy. Weehaw has immediately turned against Lady Nico. That's pretty intense. Lyco says, we already read that part. Lady Nico says, I hate debaters, especially those debate Lord Andys. Uh-oh. Lady Nico has turned against both of you. Didn't we do that last week where you've subbed as Prime? I know it happens sometimes where you get two notifications that you can sub. I know I'm not getting 2 Prime subs out of you. I've checked time and time again. I don't know why it happens. Just another one of those funky things that Twitch and you have between you. Lady Nico adds, and honestly, the temp depends. If I'm really warm or it's really hot, I want really cold drinks. Sometimes if it's sat a while and becomes room temp, I'll put it back in the fridge. But if I'm feeling lazy and just deal with the room temperature drink. All right. Back to the debate at hand. Lyco says, Weehaw, for the sake of a common enemy in Lady Nico, we water enjoyers must take a stand. Room temp and chilled unite as one to fight against the plague of dirt water and leaf water. Weehaw adds, I admit the room temperature water, if left unchecked, can be dangerous. However, my party has a system of heavy checks and balances to keep our incredible source of water safe. Nice. We also says, I see a cool party in the midst. If we combine forces, we can take down this threat to water. Indeed, the United Water Enjoyers, or UWE, will not stand for this nonsense. Drink and let drink cannot stand. Water, if left unchecked, will ruin the legacy of water forever. Wow. Lady Nico adds. Oh, hang on. I'm a little bit back in back chat. Liko says, Weehaw and I have come to an agreement. We are now the United Water Enjoyers. We now take a stand against Lady Nico. Lady Nico says, I like my leafy water and dirty bean water. I don't care what you drink. I'm a drink and let drink enjoyer. Hi, Silvos. We're having an actual live debate tonight. Right now, it's between the United Water Enjoyers, Weehaw and Likos, and Lady Nico, who prefers water with flavor added, be that leafy water or dirt water. Troa says,
What's wrong, Doug?
That's another thing.
I will catch up to that.
I'm right as the mail.
Also, I forgot to grab water, so I'm in trouble. Troa says, Lady Nico, I loves my coffee and tea. It sounds like Lady Nico has obtained an endorsement. However, I also drink a shit ton of water because I live someplace where it's naturally pure instead of overly processed. Never mind. Perhaps we have another purple vote here. Lady Nico says, I do loose leaf teas of the highest quality. I hate the pre-bagged teas. It's as close to pure as you can get. Troy says, I'm getting me a sandwich. That's always a good moment. Nice. I do the same, actually. The bagged teas usually don't have enough kick for me. I think they're underportioned. I agree. I do not like pre-bagged tea terrifically. I'm a big fan of fresh loose leaf. All right. Weehaw adds. Oh, that you meant tea? Gotcha. Tea, if left unchecked, will be the ruin of the legacy of water forever. However, UWE, if voted on by our members, will go to war over the insult to drinking society. Water must stand, says Weehaw. Yes, Akumu. I know I forgot my water. I actually ran into a time crunch where I missed out on a lot of things. I was also supposed to make myself a snack before stream and eat it and finish it before stream. And I did none of those things. So my tummy's also got the rumblies, but I can live with that because I don't like eating on my streams, especially on Wednesdays. Liko says, when humanity is pushed for millennia to obtain more pure, untainted water, the filthy tea enjoyers betray the collective effort of humanity to maintain the purity and sanctity of our sacred liquid. What's up, Sketchy? You got here because Oz made you. Otherwise, it would be your own folly. But this time you can blame someone else. Welcome. Good to see you. Lady Nico says, I love my loose leaf teas. I tend to go through a lot because I like strong flavors, but yeah. All right. Liko says, they defile it with debris they claim is more tasty, but how can it be more tasty than the most pure essence of life itself? I'll argue tea is more tasty than the essence of life itself. I can't help it. I don't even drink that much tea, but it is tastier. I drink a lot of water. I'm going to be a purple voter on this one. Weehaw adds, these tea drinkers are simply anarchists who are against the enjoyment of water. These people want chaos. Me and Likos are on the same wavelength right now. You are. You found some common ground and a common enemy. Well done. Well done. Sketchy says, is this how it feels to wake up somewhere different from where you fell asleep after a night of drinking? You're like, I don't remember walking anywhere else. Is this a walk away? Is this a drive away? What's going on? Lady Nico says, I mean, fish, ducks, and other animals pee and poop in that water. You have to filter it anyway to remove bacteria, and unless you're getting water from a mountain spring, it's going to have a weird taste. And infused fruit waters and tea cover that. Oh. Our moderator has betrayed us. I'm just going purple, my dude. I'm not going against you. I drink tons of water. But I also drink tea. Weo says, he said filtered water plus leaves. You are no better than us, Nico. Lady Nico. Liquis also adds, okay, Lady Nico, we extend a branch to you to fight our new common enemy, the moderator trying to dupe us all and sway our votes with his personal opinion. I never said this was an unbiased platform. He's not respecting the sanctity of this historic debate and refuses to remain impartial. I mean, I literally just said I'm a water enjoyer and a tea enjoyer. Where does that disrupt your sanctity? Troa says, I'm in Washington. Plenty to truly pure around here. Oh, plenty of truly pure water. I have never just drunk water out of Washington. I'm afraid it would make me sick if I didn't do something like boil it. I never know. I've only drunk freshly flowing, natural sourced water once in my life that I can remember. And I got deathly ill from it. Like room spinning, immense fever. Didn't think I would wake up the next morning sick from drinking flowing water in nature. That was on the island of Kauai in Hawaii. Burn the streamer. Wow, this escalated quickly. Lady Nico says, I mean, I don't like debates usually about who can run circles around the other person, and a lot of times there isn't it isn't even based on fact in some cases. I think if I ever got into a debate online, which could be fun, it could be fun. I'm not a debate handy per se, if that's the term kids use these days. However, I think what would be fun about it is my brain manages conversation threads very well. So if somebody starts to skirt off and try a debate tactic, do those things where you assault the character of the person in question who's speaking, use weaseling words, don't support your argument very well, overwhelm the opposition with evidence that can't really be assessed or ascertained at the moment. Like, oh, you haven't read this 300-page treatise by this guy from the 1930s on this matter? Well, can we even have this debate? If you start talking in those ways, you are gatekeeping the conversation from going forward, right? And I'm really good at holding people to task on those nasty tactics. So I think it could be fun just to try to see if I could shut somebody down or point out how poorly of a good faith person they're being. But I also don't know where to find situations in which you could enter debate with somebody to see if I would. I'm afraid if I do scout those sort of places out, they wouldn't be the corners of the internet that I would appreciate to be in, if that makes sense. I have the interest to have those kind of conversations, but I also don't want to be in those parts of live streaming. So I have mixed feelings on the matter. Yeah. Chat's chat now. I mean, it's a little bit of both, right? To some degree. Is this debate or conflict on whether or not plain water or water with some kind of flavoring is better? Right now, yes, it is. Sketchy. That's the argument right now. Weehaw says he's attempting an absolute defilement of everything this debate stands for. Wow. I mean, sure. I still like water, so I don't know where you're going with that. A mock debate about really stupid topics. Yeah, just for funsies. Water in Utah, mid-desert, you can absolutely taste that it's processed. Ugh, no thank you. Akuma says, I will make this discussion for me. I don't care about politics. Tell us more. Why don't you care about politics? What is it about politics that have pushed you away? Or have you never cared in the first place? Weehaw adds, upon recent matters, I must step down from my post. I wish all members of UWE and our T allies to conclude this conflict for me. I admit I was wrong by picking a side and attempting a conflict. What an upset. Weehaw has shifted onto the fence, it sounds like. I must remain on my middle ground. My apologies to my followers and friends. Wow. How exciting. What a big change. Troa says, as for the debate, I couldn't watch it. The moment that man begins to speak, I start losing the will to live. I understand. I understand. Liko says, that was goofy as fuck. I appreciate you, both Weehaw and Lady Nico. Yes, thank you guys. Very nice. On the Swift front, she essentially has an army at her back, so yes, I absolutely think she could sway votes to one side or another. Given how fanatical some of them are, it's almost as scary as the MAGA crowd. It's different, right? It's certainly interesting to see a pop star not only last as long at high levels of engagement as Taylor Swift has, but also to have such a feverish following of people who are not just interested in her music, but are interested in her as an entity, as an individual. I did promise I was going to make that triple self-care happen. I have to extract myself to go grab some supplies, so I'm going to do a BRB screen, and then I'll catch up with chat. Go ahead and keep chatting. Chatting? Is that a word? Chatting. Please continue to chat. I will catch up with it when I return with supplies. Okay, until then, bye. Or we had, at my high school, we had a lot of both IB AP classes, and kids were like pushed into those classes. So like whether they were really good at school or not, their parents made them. And for the kids that weren't that great, you know, sometimes they had to sit with private tutors to sort of like push them into those spots. And there was just like a lot of pressuring. The fallen angel, I will to someday grow my wings and fly awake under those stones of your past dread. I'm high. All right, docking. I mean, Doc playing as Doc. Be healing.
Streamer of Oz just logged in.
Streamer of Oz. Hungry like the wolf.
Don't want to trip over my own feet.
Hungry like the wolf. 5052329. Pound 9579.
Oh no.
Hungry like the Oz. Who's probably also very hungry. Did I go New Yorker? I'm a New Yorker, ooh.
Remind me to have Gray do both his Jersey and Uwu.
Yeah. Free first aid. If anybody wants it, just behind this big tall boy. Ooh.
I see no tall boy.
Oh, wide boy. Ooh. If you see a wide boy at the side of the road. I don't know what you do to him. I just wonder if you do. What might happen? It will.
I think I'm falling in love with Mom. Not my mom, but character Mom.
Somebody clip that. Oh my god.
Nobody clipped that.
Clip
I'm clipping it.
Clip it, clip it, clip it.
God damn it. Oz is all over it. I can feel it.
Alexander throws a skull into the grinding gears.
And? Oh.
The skull is caught between two cogs. The gears shriek and shudder.
Oh.
The skull begins to bulge.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh!
With a sudden lurch, the ceiling completes its descent.
Wait, no. No.
Yikes!
And presses Alexander into the floor like a bug under a heel.
Bug under a
That
heel.
skull wasn't strong enough to endure the pressure, and neither is Alexander's.
Under pressure. Da, 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 da.
Tickets up. Next.
All right.
Alexander never was much good at squash.
Awful.
I need to take my night pills.
Need to do the
Been
human.
drinking,
That's a bad idea.
Doing your humaning.
I'm
You
no
had-
longer I'm no longer inebriated. I am prepared.
Ah, yes. Welcome back. Me. And you all who've been waiting here. Thank you very much. I did bring the water. It took me a little bit extra because I caught a wild Oz, and we talked, and it was nice. Thank you very much for the self-care. Appreciate you. Akumu says, I've never cared. In my mind, there just isn't any point in caring about it. I would argue that while national politics actually doesn't matter nearly as much as people give it weight to mean, local politics matter quite a bit. There are a number of gray hairs in your neighborhood and mine who are changing the way the locality around you works, because they have nothing but free time. They show up to city council meetings, they get their voices heard. If they don't like the way a traffic sign is timed or the establishment of a new apartment complex, they'll get their voices heard and they will try their best to sway policy. And things change around you based on the squeaky wheels. So at least at the local political level, it's kind of good to understand who the personalities are, what they stand for, what sort of policies you'd like to see enacted, and be a squeaky wheel when and where you see issues where you can. Politics should always start at the local level, and I wish that that was taught much better in school. In school, I think, especially in the US, they focus too much on how the nation is structured, when a lot of that is beyond our capacity to sway at the same capacity that we can sway our local politicians. Yeah. Weehaw says, I had the most fun thanks to all my constituents and colleagues in this chat who participated. I do great in civics. You did a good job. It was interesting how often you switched positions. I think some constituents in the future, if you continue to do that sort of activity, they might be a little frustrated because people like consistency, or they like to feel like they're having a semblance of consistency. So the more you change positions, the more people you stand to lose. But I think there's power in being flexible and changing based on information as it comes in. I wish more politicians had that sort of nature about them, that as they gathered new information, they were willing to pivot based on that new information. That should be what we all do, right? As new things come in, we change our vantage point based on that new information. Chak was an invented curse word from Oxhorn back in the 90s. What is Oxhorn? I don't know, Chak. I know Shazbot. That was a invented curse that I remember using back in the day. Continuing on the Swift front, withholding her endorsement till after a debate, I presume you mean? Oh, you didn't. I see. After that disease's predictably pathetic performance was a PR stunt of the highest order. True, true. If you have celebrity, why not try to use it to make some big movements? I think, I don't know too many other pop stars especially that have that sort of acumen to be able to post and say things the way Taylor did in this particular instance. The timing and the acumen was very clever. I do hear people in Hollywood or whatever, you know, celebrities with some following say things all the time. I see their posts. I see what their ideas are, both on the right and the left. And I don't think a lot of people pay a lot of attention to it, unless it's particularly crazy. Crazy stuff is interesting, so we read those more often. Like Kevin Sorbo. Everybody knows Kevin Sorbo is kind of a whack job, and it's fun to see what he's going to say next online. But very few people have the sort of gravitas that Taylor Swift does when she makes a post. I couldn't give two flying fucks about Taylor Swift. Yeah, I mean, there's a national identity that's going on there, so I get it. If you're not American and feel that she represents America in some endemic way, then I don't know that her music is enough to carry her persona to other countries very strongly. I couldn't care less about her either, but she's definitely a force of nature to those who do. That's true. It is interesting to note what a Taylor Swift fan thinks of Taylor Swift versus what other musicians' fans think of them, right? I can respect her because you can tell she's worked hard to get where she is. I just don't care much for her. This is the part where someone tells me her DAW was minted or something. So the only thing I know about Taylor Swift that I think is particularly poignant to bring up, that the people respect as sort of a career move of hers, is when she started out, when she was earlier on in her career, she had sort of an unfair agreement with the record company that was working to make her albums and get that stuff out, all the publishing rights and all of that. She wanted to get out from under that, and she was trapped for quite a long while. And when she was free from that particular record company, she created a completely different system that pulled away from all of that old music and left the rights in the recording company's hands, except for the actual flow of the songs. So the chord progression, the notes of the melody, and the words. The original recordings all belonged to that recording company. So given that she owned the roots to the songs themselves, she was able to, at whim, and did, go back and re-record every single song with, in some cases, minimal change, but to create a version that cut out that old Bad Actor recording company. And it's sort of like a entertainer against the big mean exploiting corporations kind of story. And people like those stories where the entertainer wins and the greedy people that aren't producing the actual art lose, especially if they have an unfair contract with the entertainer in question. So there are whole albums that have been released that are called Taylor's Version, and what they do is they remade the songs and with a newer, more developed skill set version of Taylor Swift, otherwise recording very much the same songs over again. And those newer versions, if you listen to them and enjoy them, cut out the profit margin for the old Bad Actor recording company. And people, love a story like that. Point B. Yeah. There are plenty of people born with a silver spoon. If they end up hardworking despite it, I don't see the way that detracts from it. If anything, it makes it more admirable since they had the option not to. I still find more admiration in artists or anybody that creates a big success. Either you create a really large company or you just have a large social movement. I respect you more if you come from nothing, because not only did you find a way to break through a system that's otherwise very hard to break into, but you did it without the one lubricant that rich people have, which is it's money, but it's more what money gets those people. If you want to go into the arts, if you want to go into entrepreneurship, if you want to do something groundbreaking for the world, money is a start, but the real answer is infinite retries. If you watch somebody go to an arcade machine and they only have the 1 quarter in their pocket, and you watch them go through every level, they never die, they get to the last boss, they beat the last boss on that 1 quarter, and you're like, whoa, kid, that was amazing. That was so fantastic. You did such a great job. You have so much respect for somebody who is able to make that happen on that 1 quarter. Whereas if some rich kid comes in, he's got like a little purse just full of quarters, and he just dies like every 5 minutes. He dies again. He's just playing poorly, but he can just brute force his way through. He sticks another quarter and hits continue. His character revives right where he died, and he makes it to the final boss. I feel like I have less respect for that. He did it. He made the success, but it was almost inevitable. He could keep doing. He could keep smashing his head and playing horribly, and then bada boom, he finally wins. Just because if he wanted to, he just never had to stop. Never was forced to stop because he was financially ruined, or well, I guess I got to go do a day job because I have to pay the bills, or I have to pay these debts now that I've accrued from my failed front. Yeah. You mean training good little patriots that don't dare to question the status quo? Wait, what? Weah says, I'm a fucking enigma of opinion. I change and morph my opinions constantly, and I also contradict a lot. I like that. I shed on our country, but I flex my patriotism on British people constantly. Interesting. Dame, love your stream, but I'm gonna head to bed. Thanks, Weehaw. I appreciate your contribution tonight. Good night and have a good fucking stream. I knew Kamala would win. Oh, hey, Do-Re meme. Oh, sorry, I thought I was reading more Weehaw. My apologies. Weehaw, thanks for being here. Please sleep well. Everybody have a say good night to our UWE representative over here. the tap water enjoyer. Weehaw. Thanks. Do-Re meme says, I knew Kamala would win, but I did not expect it to feel so good. You think she won, huh? I did grab that snack, and I am going to snack on it. She ate him for lunch and made us like watching. Interesting. Interesting take. Except my snack is falling off the edge. I am making an absolute mess because I didn't know it was melting off the edge of my plate, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back and clean this up at some point. Darn. Trump media just dropped to the lowest it's ever been since it started trading on the NASDAQ. Do me a favor, if you don't already, follow me on Twitter, if you want to call it X. I'll let you, but I'll make fun of you. Twitter or Threads, and you can see I posted where Trump media's stock went after the debate. And just for shenanigans.
Good night, D. Keep up the good work of making the world think critical.
Silvos, thank you so much for the very generous donation. Did you see how far that bar moved? Very well done. I appreciate you. Sleep well. Thanks for popping in. Do your self-care. Say hi to the fam. Do you have a whole fam, or just he told me where you are? I was gonna say the fam. I just realized I don't know where your fam all is, if they're near or far. Anyway, thank you. Sleep well. For those of you that don't know, this little thing over here that we're pushing off to the edge, just Lexi in our house. All right. Well, good night to you both. Thanks. This little bar over here is pushing over to this edge to fill our last AV equipment requirement for probably quite some time. We have lighting sorted out in spades, thankfully. A lot of the materials to get sound in, and a couple different cameras as well set up for streaming and recording VODs for YouTube. But the AV situation right now, I use a digital audio workstation that gets the microphone into the computer and manages levels and all that sort of thing for me talking. And everything else, all of the sounds across all of the different applications are all managed in OBS, and it is a nightmare. It's only in a beta sort of situation. I've tried using Voicemeeter Banana. For those of you that do streaming, you probably have heard of this particular application. It doesn't work very well. There's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of breaking and recreating it that happens. You have to keep up and follow forums and fix things when they inevitably break from a new update or something like that. It's just not very fun. I've wanted a hardware solution for quite some time, and the Gamer Deck, I forget what it was called. What was the Elgato one called that they dropped all IT from their company and basically end-of-lifed the product ages ago? That one's not going to fly anymore, so we went with Rode, who doesn't sponsor this stream, but they did make this lovely arm that I'm talking to you through on this microphone. So I appreciate them for that. So that's the thing that we're saving up for next. I try not to let my biases cloud my judgment. Looking into it, there are some issues that experts say she didn't answer as well as she could have. I'm not sure that she'll be the best president ever, but right now I think keeping Trump out of office and preventing Project 2025 is the best thing for this country. Yeah. I'm being deliberately vague in my responses back to you. We still haven't gone through and sort of done the highlights just yet because we were having a fun little mock debate here on the stream. But a lot of people, I think, share your idea that Kamala was the clear winner in the debate, but I have heard the other side as well. And this is the stream where we talk about both sides. So I want to bring up a little bit about what I've seen from having an algorithm that lets everybody see both sides of the algorithm. I really don't do social media besides to look at anime titties. I don't blame you there. Twitter has some banger art. This is true. I'm not a contributor there. I'm just a shit poster on Twitter. So if you find me there and you follow me, just expect shit posts. It's honestly hard to be worse than Trump at this point. That's probably true, honestly. You got to be extremely mentally stunted to actually like the man still. There are reasons why people like him. There are definitely reasons why MAGA supporters have a completely different algorithm, a completely different subset of the news that they see, that they think things are going so poorly that he's the only solution right now. Yeah, so mentally stunted might be a harsh term for people who have otherwise been culture bound into an ideology that requires somebody like him. Hello, dad joke of the night. Hi, hello and bye. I just paid $100 for a belt that doesn't fit. What a huge waste. Well, on that note, see you next time. Thanks, hello and bye. Appropriately named Twitch handle there. Thanks for popping in. Dory Meme says, I've talked to some people earlier on some Discord servers who thought Trump won. They didn't really explain why. I have some answers. I'm also eating my snack. And then I promise we'll get into it. Perhaps they're not mentally stunted so much as cognitively sheltered. Sheltered might be a good answer. Yeah. So one thing that Trump has done particularly well in his past is he's focused on creating a world in which, or a worldview in which he wants you to believe that a bad actor would step in and do certain things to prevent his success from happening. And it's not anything that's too out of the ordinary or wild to imagine that if he's a threat to career politicians, which was one of his first campaign ideas, right? He was going to come into Washington and into DC and drain the swamp. He was going to find all the career politicians who were just playing around with other people's money, trying to live their best lives, doing the least amount of work possible, letting bad trade deals happen, and just letting the country be run poorly for the sake of it keeps lining their pockets with more money. He says these people will do so many things, and among those things that they'll do, and the very first big meme that I think Trump stood for, was the false news narrative. If fake news is, I mean, it's so quick to be able to say that, so it's just those two words, right? Can limit it down to just saying fake news. If fake news motivates you and you hear that and you say, oh, you know, okay, I'm listening to the idea that it's possible that corruption in our government is also potentially a corrupting force that extends past government. Maybe big tech or big companies end up swaying politicians, who then end up swaying media corporations, or maybe they're both being swayed, or all three are being swayed by some external force, some group, some Illuminati, some crazy rich people that have some bigger agenda, and it's all for the exploitation of the people who are on the losing ground in this country. Now, who's the losing ground in the United States? Generally, if you look at the demographics, it tends to be the country is getting less and less pure Anglo than some people would like it to have been. It's getting less and less Judeo-Christian than some people would like it to be. And with that diversity, there is a sense of loss that we used to have these numbers, and those numbers are declining. Now, for other groups, those numbers are increasing. If you're just talking about percentages, that's how percentages happen, right? If you have a higher percentage of people of color, you have a lower percentage of Caucasians. And the people who see numbers reducing can be persuaded to feel like those are losing. Well, the problem with this narrative is it's enticing in and of itself enough to sway a certain group of people. But what really kicked Trump into high gear with a larger amount of people is that in recent times, I'd say since Trump sort of entered the political arena, news media has done a whole shit ton of this bad narrative work. They have pushed out a lot of really bad false agenda stuff. They've made it very apparent that they're just there for money. They're there for clicks. They're there for views. They're there to increase their ad revenue. And whether it's been on the left or the right, this has happened with right news stories as well. But unfortunately, the left is very guilty of this too. And that further bolsters people under Trump. Is they don't publish or make it apparent when they need to take a retraction or show that something has been found to be false. They don't take that seriously enough. They don't push those stories out with the same amount of fervor. And it goes further down the rabbit hole than that, but I will pause there and catch up with chat here. Call it like it is, they're mentally stunted. You see the shit on the fringe alt-right? Well, I'd argue fringe alt anything. Alt-left looks pretty bad in the eyes of even the center-right people. But I agree, fringe alt-right is crazy. And it's clear as day they flunked out of elementary school. Even flat earthers respond better to dissenting opinions than Trumpers. I disagree. I don't know flat earthers that respond well to dissenting opinion. Worth noting, mentally stunted also means people who didn't get well educated or people who lock themselves in an echo chamber. Stunted can mean it's not your fault, right? It could mean that you lived in historically underfunded areas where the money for education really wasn't doing well, and those people didn't get a proper, they weren't allowed to catch up with everybody else, right? Right-wingers, poor education, bad infrastructure, high religious influence, strong hatred toward others unlike them, and a strong desire to control other people. To some degree, I agree with some of those, especially on the far right. Yeah. I would also say the politicians on the right don't necessarily have that, and there are plenty of companies that endorse the right for different reasons. So, depends. The right is a melange, but both sides are. To respond on the rich/poor to success, I can absolutely agree with you there. The silver spoon folks are what I was referring to. What I find admirable is the choice to work hard, meaning I don't see the background as detracting from that decision. I can agree with that. Yeah. When I say I do find the success of somebody who started out with less, with no silver spoon, I find those successes to be more exciting. I'm not going to underappreciate or back down from good art if it's been produced by somebody who is rich. Yeah. It absolutely helped, but it doesn't diminish their choice. Agreed. High lack of understanding about how government/economy/other things work to understand why and how they're getting fucked, and just lash out like a 5-year-old. I see plenty of lack of understanding on the left as well. I do a lot of debunking and research on TikTok posts, especially for Oz.
Wait, with an American accent? R&R.
Hi, Oz. Speaking of Oz, R&R. Oz finds a lot of good far left content on TikTok that I get to sort of take a look into and do fact checking on. And there's a significant number of people on the far left that are terrible with understanding of government, understanding of legalities. They make claims, they make half truths into full stories on their posts. And the worst thing for anybody that's interested in supporting the left is they make the left look really bad. They're almost feeding the right talking points as to why not to be on the left. They're all the goddamn same. It gets hella tiring trying to talk with them because they're so much more dense than even flat earthers. Got genuinely more respect for flat earthers. Interesting. Extreme left is also an issue, but the extreme left isn't the party platform. The alt-right is now the Republican Party platform. I would say I haven't heard as much alt-right as I've heard out there. Trump, at least, is not endorsing the alt-right that's out there. You know, people are talking about, especially the things that are on the far right that seem to be big talking points are what to do to make sure babies aren't being killed in the United States, what to do to secure the border, and what to do to fix out of control inflation. And the far right seems much more invested in not just keeping babies from being killed, but like basically allowing, you know, things like the R word and incest to exist. And that is an opportunity for, you know, somebody who got pregnant from those situations to step up and rise to the challenge, or that bootstrapping is actual thing, or that Reaganomics is actually a thing. There are some disconnects between the Trump view of the world and the far right. Hero, I'm going to call it a night. I'm just done. Oz, thank you. Thank you for putting ill trust in me by sending your community over my way with your raid. I don't know why you continue to do it. Sketchy said he was very upset where he woke up and that he was very comfortable in your stream. And then all of a sudden, boom, he was here, and now he's, you know, itchy. So how dare you do that to Sketchy? Just kidding. Thanks. Have a good night. Some of those things apply to both, but it's more prevalent with the right. I would say out of the things being claimed with the left and out of the things being claimed with the right, the things being claimed with the alt-right have a higher amount of factuality that it's actually the case that the far right are cohering to those ideas, and more of them are, whereas the far left is getting more and more fringe and getting pushed more and more out of the left, maybe out of fear that the alt-left platform would be deleterious to the movement to try to keep Trump out of office if any of those ideas were entertained. Trump's current platform is literally that the election was stolen. I would say that's not his platform. It's just a talking point he won't let go of. But he was also for a long time, and Obama conspiracy theorist, right? That he wasn't born American. He's hardly talking about abortion. He does talk about abortion. He says he supports the Supreme Court opinion that abortion should be that mail-in abortive facents. Wait, what's the right word? That abortion pills sent through the mail, which are currently open by the FCC, FDA, that they're allowed across state lines, even in states where other medical procedure abortions are not allowed, that Trump supports that. So right now we are looking at two candidates that are trying to find as much more middle ground, more than we probably expected. You know, in the debate, Kamala mentioned that she was a gun owner and that she wasn't going to ban fracking practices. And I think some people on the alt left were kind of like, how dare you do these things? You know, how dare you say these things to the American public and make us look like we're moving more towards the center? But anybody who is very hard pro-life was dismayed to hear that Trump was much more supportive of a more open pro-abortion stance than they expected. That ultimately he's leaving it up to the states, but he also still agrees that some things like mailed pills should still be allowed. His current platform is immigrants are eating cats and dogs and raping or R-ing everyone out there, and that the election was stolen. Again, not his platform, just talking points he decided to mention in the debate. But yeah, they're not terrific talking points, are they? He has no policies. His policies are exclusively fear-mongering. Well, he does have policies to create a stronger border on the southern part of the country and increase tariffs with trade to other countries to try to improve sourcing of raw materials within the U.S. alone. Do it to me. I was spreading democracy and I wasn't paying attention. How are you spreading democracy? Is that what you call going and having a quick bathroom break? I was just saying you were pleasantly comfortable in Oz's stream, and then she forced you to come over here. Dory Meme says, I think Trump watched Alf on syndication when he concluded that aliens are eating cats. He was repeating a talking point for his VP selection. He was saying something, the vice president selection, Vance, was saying something about Haitian immigrants in Ohio capturing animals and eating them because conditions are so bad. For anyone who doesn't know, Alf is a sitcom about a cat-eating alien from outer space. Oh yeah. I mean, it's not just a sitcom. He wasn't the puppeteer of Alf. Didn't he do like other shows or stand-up comedy? Or he got his own sitcom, but I think he was a character before that sitcom was released, is what I'm trying to remember. When did the Republican Party become so bad? Was it a shift after FDR's New Deal? Was it people leaving the party because they were upset that LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act, Goldwater, Watergate? So the Republican Party did generally support a lot of centrist ideas and was really focused on creating a smaller, more austere government for quite some time. I think the big shift to the Republican Party came with Reagan. Reagan not only decided that large government was still okay on the right, it was still okay to fund as many politicians as possible, just don't talk about it, or you know, continue to try to mention we're reducing the amount of taxation, we're trying to put money back in the hands of the populace, but actually do spend in many great ways. And to do so, Reagan was very good at fear-mongering, right? So that was one of the two big things that that made him popular on the right. There's always going to be a percentage of people in a country that work off of political fear as opposed to optimism or new ideas for infrastructure. And since we were in something of a Cold War with the Soviet Union at the time, we had issues with Iran. We had issues with the spread of communism. Reagan wanted to get into all those. He even wanted to get into the possibility of conflicts in space. He wanted to create a United States space military division, right? And it was not exclusive to global politics as well. Reagan was also very much a proponent of looking internally, and with his wife started the war on drugs in earnest. It was sort of a Nixon-based beginning, but it wasn't really funded and made into the huge situation that it was, especially on TV, until the Reagan administration started to push for that. And in all of that, it was this big push towards the conservative traditional family structure, and that's how they started to rope in Christian money as well, because Republicans and Christians didn't necessarily align terrifically. Christians historically were about charity, giving to the community, providing outreach, being something of a tax exempt organization that provides some sort of public service to its community. And Reagan said, look at the communities out there. Since the 60s and 70s, people are going crazy. They're having wild, rampant sex and doing crazy street drugs, and we're losing our moral fiber. We need to be more conservative, go back to tradition, and the Christian ideology is the best one for that. Not that he was particularly seen as a religious icon himself, but it helped the movement to continue to bloat the government, which was otherwise, before him, very much a government of austerity and reduction of government footprint in honor of trying to give people more financial freedom. Reaganomics, the one most popular deciding factor of the administration, further made that impossible. We weren't putting more money in the hands of the people by austerity in the government. Now we were creating crazy tax breaks, but only for the rich. And Reagan's idea was you give the most skilled, strongest members of our society, the ones with so much inertia moving along the country with innovation and new capacity, the real breadwinners in this country, you give them the opportunity to move and shake in ways never seen before with crazy tax breaks. It'll uplift everything. They'll raise the waters, which will then raise all ships. That didn't happen. Super didn't happen. And every Republican after him tried to be another Reagan. Death Moth Curios. Welcome, Mary and Raiders. How are we all doing tonight? Damian Holmay here, disruptor of the status quo, reprogrammer of your paradigms. We're discussing the debate this evening, and we're going to an ad break. Hi and bye. We'll see you on the other side. For those of you that are still subscribed or have otherwise skipped the ads, thank you, especially for those who are on YouTube, providing YouTube watch hours this evening. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and try to catch up with chat here. Let's see. Lady Nico says, deleterious brain doesn't know that word at the moment. That's okay. Means to be erosive or depreciating. Talking points he harps on endlessly in his rallies too. His rallies are almost exclusively fear-mongering and shit too. The guy doesn't talk policy. Fear-mongering is a good replacement for policy. Many people just want you to tell them what's going wrong and that they're the solution. They won't tell you how or why, just that they are. That's enough for a lot of people. If you can identify the problem, that's enough to get in most people's good graces. We all know the reason they removed the federal protection was to steamroll abortion rights on the state level, and that didn't work out completely how they thought it would, because they thought they would get bans in place. Right. And the sort of the good news in that same front is removing the federal protection. Welcome. Hello. An ad for the Penguin movie. Oh, interesting. Hi, I'm Damien, evil robot. Have you become me? Are you a chat GPT? There's a fan theory in my audience that says I'm actually chat GPT generated, or I'm reading chat GPT generated scripts. Makes me wonder. Yeah. Let's see. Going back. So right, yeah, having the federal protections of abortion removed didn't actually remove all the federal protections on abortion either, right? So the Supreme Court stepping in and taking away one precedent didn't change as much as conservatives might have wished that it would, because we still have EMTALA, which is the Emergency Act to sort of force medical professionals to step in the case of life-saving medical procedures. And we still have mail order or mail-in abortion medication as well. And the Supreme Court decided that it was appropriate not to limit, or even actually not to hear a case that might limit the capacity for even otherwise deep red states to try to prevent that from being mailed to its citizens. Yeah. Fuck JD Vance. I hate that fucker so goddamn much. Your position in God's earth is spreading your legs and doing whatever your man or master tells you. Sarcasm, by the way. I'm reading people who are very sarcastic about this sort of thing. I can't say what my response would be because I get banned on Twitch. Be a good little girl and be a breeding machine for daddy's little ones. Yikes. Vance's stance on women is just so vile. There is a real fear in a certain type of groomed masculinity, especially in some Protestant Christian circles, that as women get more and more empowered, there's no use for that man, especially if you turn out to be sort of a low value male in sort of red pill speak. You're not generating the revenue that you thought you would. You weren't particularly high acumen student in school, so you didn't put forth the effort. And for those males who wouldn't put forth the effort, either your diet is terrible, you couldn't change your diet, your education was terrible, you couldn't push yourself in school, whatever it happens to be. If you don't have something like a God ordained demand that somebody come and bed with you and create that fiber that would give you the life that you wanted, and you don't have it within yourself to sort of attain those things, there's a real fear, like just what's going to happen to you, what ends up becoming of you if you couldn't pull it together yourself. And now the systems that sort of guaranteed you that success external to you, deific, if you will, those are starting to fall apart. Like, what then happens to those people? I'm going to de-stream Painfully Exhausted tonight. Mary, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your face. Let me do a quick shout out for you. Thank you for trusting your community, even though you shouldn't, because now they're here. No, just kidding. Here's what Mary's streams are like for those of you that are curious and haven't sent a follow her away. Please enjoy the D-stream. Where's my clip show?
Want to eat it, they don't want to hang out next to it. They're like, oh, being around poop makes me sick, but feed it to me in a bowl, mommy, please.
Do I don't want to know. I don't need any context. I have everything I need from that clip. That's chef's kiss. It's beautiful. Very well done. All right. Yeah, no notes. Just keep doing what that should be your channel trailer. Lady Nico says, Likos, please, I battle those far-right fucktards daily on Twitter. Yeah, it's kind of exciting that you still stay on that platform. Playing Helldivers 2, fighting the automatons. Good stuff. Fight the good fight. Dorememe says, Reagan also called people of color monkeys behind closed doors. Now that we have as much hindsight as we do on some of those folks around that era on the far right, or not even far right, just on the right side of the spectrum, I think we do start to see where the GOP had a historicity about it that was doing, you know, positive counterbalancing in the country, and where that navigation started to go astray. I would also argue, however, though, that painting the right as the only people who had issues with being cool around other people that weren't the same color skin as you would be disingenuous. Racism crossed, across all political boundaries and many different regions in the country. So even in places that are now very blue were historically not necessarily the case. There's still bad real estate practices such as redlining happening. There's still bad policing practices happening. That's not something that the left gets to say we have the high ground because we've never had racists in our party. I can tell you my Twitter tag and you can see what I do with. It's true. I've seen it. I've seen it with me own peepers. I'm happy with my anime art Twitter feed and I don't want it tainted. I don't blame you there. Make a second account for the sludge. It took forever to get off of politics. Oh, you used to be into it and then you backed out. Interesting. Interesting. Mulani from Genshin has some absolute peak art. Oh. Lady Nico is a fan of Genshin, if I'm not mistaken. They didn't remove all the protections, but it did do a serious blow to abortion rights. I think it did a temporary blow to abortion rights, because I think you're going to find that younger people who are not completely indoctrined by their religion in deep right areas are going to have some fears based around what sort of health care they are provided based on their parents' religiosity. And it's going to do either a dramatic reshaping or repopulation of political parties as a result. Once you start losing things that most countries see as basic human rights, it doesn't matter whether you've been indoctrined in a certain way by your religion, there's going to be some drop off, right? And people who drop off from American Protestant Christianity rarely pop back in. You rarely have converts back into that particular religion. If you're so undesirable that no woman wants you, then get fucked. That's the problem. They can't. Be a better human. That's hard. That's hard for a lot of people. I think you're right, and I think we'll eventually need to get there. But how to become a better human is a problem that I fear that the left is not doing a better job at trying to help with. I think if the left spent some of its resources in understanding how to take the disenfranchised people on the right under their wing instead of vilifying them, the left would have more success than it sees currently. It's already a pretty successful party. It seems like it's going to be a party where future success is not very hard as long as the right continues down the same path it is. But it stymies itself. The left in the US creates its own hurdles by the way it interacts with people on the right, instead of learning how to connect with them properly. There's a lot of vilifying. Yeah. Too much to type, but so infuriating seeing these men who rant and rave about how much they hate women, then try to control women, then get mad when women won't pick them, then screech about how they gave women rights, and then how women better enjoy their freedom while they still have it because Trump is going to take it away. Yeah. The alt-right's pretty obviously more of a male-dominated space, but there definitely are some females that appreciate that side of things too. I'm not one to kink shame. I do understand that a trad life is important for some people, and some women really do thrive in that space better. They enjoy it. They like the idea of tradcon living, and it makes sense to them with their family dynamics. And if that's where you're comfortable, and honestly, the flip of that I think is comfortable too, and shouldn't be kink shamed in either direction. If one particular person in a family really wants to be submissive and give some of their autonomy, decision making, and power to the other person, and they both feel comfortable in that exchange, and it's a consenting exchange and not one that's just been groomed into you, I don't see anything particularly wrong with that. So I don't necessarily see an end to the tradcon relationship, but I take umbrage to a situation in which people are taught that that's the only way, that's like a God sanctified way to live, right? Racism exists on the far left too, the neoliberals. Oh yeah, well, especially the idea that you can know something about a person's. I've said this so many times in stream, right? You can know something about somebody based on the background that they come from. This was a dangerous place that the left went in the 2010s when people started to have conversations about systemic racism, and you saw a lot of gatekeeping on the far left. They'd say, if you come from this background, if you have these particular heritage, lineage, ethnic backgrounds, you can't be participant to this conversation. You couldn't even possibly begin to understand what somebody in these positions has lived, as far as a lived experience goes. Unless you've lived the experience, you have no idea. And then go on to say, anybody who has a certain color or comes from a certain ethnicity, they all know and they all share a certain background and have these experiences and can speak to this issue. It's simply not the case. The color of your skin does not guarantee that you have the same experience as somebody else as the color of your skin. And coming from a position of being the dominant or majority or most privileged colored skin having people in a country doesn't mean that you have those things, doesn't mean that you see those privileges or that you can't understand somebody without a privilege. It also demeans the people who would come out and share their stories of systemic racism or problems in their lives, their ability to share their narrative and help people understand if the narrative is whatever you say couldn't be understood by certain people because they're incapable of understanding without living your experience. That's just not how humans work. If we as a species had to experience things to know them, we'd be fucked. Well, I mean, what do scientists do? They do experimentation for the rest of us so that we all don't have to do it. How do quantum physics work? Well, unless you've worked in CERN, you'll never fucking know. That's impossible. You know, luckily there are people in CERN that are doing that work for us, and they can inform us, and we can listen. And I've always considered that take on the far left to be racist, but it seems like one that's petering out, luckily. Twitter does shit based on if you linger on a post even a little too long. Oh, I didn't know that. Crazy. Genshin Impact stream? Maybe one day. I wouldn't say no to some backup. Oh, in Helldivers? I don't have that game. Maybe one day I'll pick it up. We're saving up for audio equipment. Expensive, painfully expensive audio equipment that I never wanted to put up as a stream goal, but then I decided it was the last thing I really needed to fund, so it's got to happen. So I'd stop read text posts, and I thought it thought I only wanted political text posts. Oh no, Lycos. Yeah, bad algorithms. I had to intentionally skip over any text post the instant I see it to make it think I don't like politics anymore. Jeez. Crazy. So many posts on Twitter where I've broken down the problems of society as far as the issue with the disagreements with women and men. True. But the right also refuses to and doesn't like to negotiate or concede with the left. The left always slides. Not true. The Overton window is moving to the left, I would argue. I know some people will argue that the right is corruptive and the left makes little concessions and the right refuses, and therefore we continue to move to the right. But over time, you'll see that the right's stance continues to have to shift to try to get more young people into the vote, and they'll let go of things over time, just inherently, right? They'll start to adopt new stances, like the right was historically, not historically, but around the Nixon to Reagan times, much more like the white yuppie sort of political party. They needed to embrace more people of color to bolster their numbers. They needed to let go of gay marriage as something they were going to stand against after a while. You won't find a single politician who's ready to make that a battleground issue anymore. Maybe some fringe ones these days, but by and large, it's not part of the right's, the greater GOP's movement anymore. Trump's letting go of abortion, basically. So, like, over time, that window has to shift from the right so that the new conservatives, who are already more progressive than the old ones, can feel like they're supported by some sort of a party. Whereas the left is always moving towards whatever greater humanitarianism that it's trying to do, right? Men gotta have sex. My dad was so sexist and so into traditional wives. There's a massive friction and led to my mom getting a divorce. He just wasn't okay with her making more money than him. Him sometimes needing to take care of the kids. Interesting. Dyson. Yeah. I've got it queued up as something that I want to stream in the near future too. I knew that this talk had to happen, but possibly in another future Wednesday discourse, I want to pull that up. I'm also doing a lot of trying to catch up in Final Fantasy on my Wednesdays too. As little time as I have to do that, I don't want to be left behind this particular expansion like I was in the last one. So I'm trying to get as much FF14 time in as I can during the week. Yeah, that's a big problem with relationships though too, is I find it odd when people get together and even get married who have decidedly different strategies on what a relationship is. The fact that your father was interested in having a tradcon relationship and then found somebody who didn't like those things, that's pretty wild. And some of those things I've never understood. I don't know where you get to a situation in which somebody making more money than the other matters. I mean, the money in a relationship is usually to some degree communistic, right? You share it, you both benefit from having more money around. Either you don't have to get each other as many gifts if it's in separate accounts, or if it's the same account, you just pull your resources and grow that much faster. So it's just a win unless you have an ego about who makes more money and then why. What does making money mean? Money's meaningless, man. Let me catch up with YouTube chat here too. Dury Meme said they, as in I think conservatives, have definitely been some there have been definitely been some homophobia within the last few decades. I can recall on the left within the last few decades. True. Some of the weirdest homophobia I find is among LGBT members against each other. There's a lot of trans on trans conflict that I just can't understand. If you're in such a disenfranchised community, why would you try to disenfranchise somebody else within that same community? Or as I mentioned in a previous stream, I have a gay friend who mentioned a lot of gay hatred against lesbians that I just can't fucking understand. Yes, it does exist. It does exist. Not as much very recently, but still not too long ago. True. Needing love that is never returned can be very hurtful to the human psyche. I agree. But no one is obligated to love us or be our partner or reproduce with us. We can't let our pain destroy our morality. I can't imagine how much you have to be damaged or what had to happen to you in your life to get to a point where when you have trouble finding a relationship, you look outward instead of inward. There's a fundamental disconnect there, right? Any situation like that, you have to start assessing yourself first. But some people break out of that, and I don't know what's happening with their brains at that point. If anything, we need to be stronger to still leave some good mark on the world. I agree. You still doing Mother 3? After spooky season, right? So September and October, I've been playing some creepy games. Right now we've just started Layers of Fear, the remake that just came out last year, which has been phenomenal. The whole game is remade. And then I want to move back into the Myst series and the Mother series, right where we left off once spooky season's done. If you're cool with that. Even if you're not cool with that, that's my game plan right now. Audio equipment is expensive, Quiz Track. I was so skeptical to put, I'm really bad at weathermanning, to put a stream goal into stream that was so large. Usually large stream goals, when I watch other streamers, they tend to be something that's very heart heartstring pulling, like, oh, we have an animal with cancer and we really need some help with the vet bills, or you know, we're saving up to move out from a toxic family member so that we can be safe and help us out, please. And just like, it's usually like really big understandable things that make a lot of sense. This brand that I've been running for a while, I've historically run and to some degree want to continue to run in a way that every dollar raised is invested back into growing me as a streamer. I'm not doing this as a hobby. I'm not doing this because I miss human interaction, although that's a little bit how it started, because we started during the pandemic. At least the live streaming portion. I've been content creating for 10 years now as of 2024. But what I wanted to do was grow this into a career. And the best way to grow a career is, if you can, and luckily I do have a day job that's covering the bills. I wouldn't say making us live comfortably, but it's covering the bills. That means that everything that I've earned in streaming so far, with a small bump last year where that wasn't able to happen because we had a financial crisis, but everything gets reinvested back in. And that includes the lighting, the cameras, the backdrop art and supplies and everything, the games that we play, every single nuance, all the software that we use, the editing software that I picked up, the whole shebang. Everything is funded by you guys. So as far as I've come as a streamer, if any of you have seen any of the clips from like the olden days and seen that I was just basically lit by my monitors, talking into like a little stand-up mic on my desk, you could hear the clickety clack of my keyboard right next to it, and I'm like hunched over trying to talk into that microphone. All these things, all the level ups and all the movement toward trying to make this into something large enough to actually raise a family with is because of you. And even the money that we used last year to survive the financial crisis that Oz and I went through, we repaid back in. We've earned money on other side endeavors, picking up other little side gigs and hustles, and Oz doing earring sales and all that sort of stuff. We paid the money back that we took out of streaming. So this streaming brand and the money that has come through donations and subs and all of that is fully 100% invested back into this this brand to continue to grow, and that's what we plan to do. In fact, in the next couple of years, I want to start growing the other creative endeavors that I've put on back burner for some time, and start those up and find alternate streams of revenue. So in case one starts to move faster than the others, we'll put more money and more time and more effort into that one, so that that one will grow faster, and that one will help raise the ocean waters, raise the other platforms up in notoriety and benefit as well. And ultimately, if we get to the place where yes, I'm able to put food in my kids' mouths and get them to good futures, and this household is taken care of, then I want to start hiring other people and overpaying them. Quote me on that. If in 20 years we become crazy successful and it gets to the point where we're making more money than we can use ourselves, we're not lavish lifestyle sort of people. Oz and I are not materialistic sort of people. So what I intend to do is invest in other people's lives and create new jobs and get a team of people working with me and have all of them be overpaid for their industry. We'll find out whatever it usually a person usually earns, and if you're good at your job, we're gonna hook you up. That's the big plan. I caught some of the Layers of Fear stream. It's all on the live tab on the playlists, or in playlists tab, and also the live tab of the YouTube channel. You can find all the post streams. It looks really cool. It's been a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. The Layers of Fear remake has been exceptionally well done. The human fund money for people. That's what I'm trying to get to eventually. That's the end game. We got to make sure that we can sustain ourselves first. Once we're in a sustainable place, then I do want to percolate that success out to other people as well and be a job maker. I don't have Helldivers. I was a spreader of democracy in real life, so I'm not too keen on it. Interesting. Oh, that's true. Right. You mean your service. Very true. Remember, if you need help, message me. I can come heal or whatever for you in Final Fantasy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Final Fantasy 14, nerd. I am, you fellow nerd. Did you see the video of the one guy who called the police because he was chasing or harassing this girl he wanted to date, and turns out she was lesbian, bi, and the guy kept blaming... Wait, he called the police? And turns out she was lesbian, bi, and the guy kept blaming the father for not letting her make her own choices. No, that's crazy. Trying to figure out what spooky game I want to play on Friday. There's so many good games. I would highly recommend. We just finished Still Wakes the Deep on stream, and it's I have very, very good notes across the board. The audio, the visuals, the storyline, the gameplay mechanics. There are some rough spots with controls, but by and large it was so good. The voice acting was fantastic. Just the overall flow. It was a really pleasant experience from beginning to end. And by pleasant, I mean, you know, it's unnerving because it's a scary game. Let me pull up that video and we'll watch it here in a sec. I'll catch up with chat. For relationships, for me, I ended up falling for a lesbian, which kind of sucks to know you'll never have any chance. But I just try to be the best and most supportive friend I can be for her. If you truly like someone, you want to support them no matter what. This is true. If you really felt strongly about somebody, even if it wasn't going to work out romantically, you'd try to make something else work out too. I've definitely had that scenario more than once in my life. And there's nothing more fulfilling than being able to still have somebody like that in your life if romance isn't going to work out. If you really did feel that way about them. If you're going to be all sour grapes and it's like, it's me or nothing, then I don't know that you really loved them so much as the idea of you being with them. But if you love somebody, really, really love them in your core, then you want happiness for them in whatever way that looks for them, right? It's crazy to me that so many people only conditionally like someone and abandon them the second the person isn't going to date them. Yeah. The one caveat with that is if I was going to date somebody and they said no, and I didn't really have a strong rapport with them initially, they weren't a friend, we hadn't had some getting together to know each other time, but it was just sort of a, hey, I'd like to start dating you to see if we click. And if they say no, I'm probably not going to waste time trying to then befriend them. If the friendship didn't already exist, I'm probably going to save my time and resources for other people. Did you even like them in the first place? Did you really value them or just want to fuck? I mean, a lot of people really just want to fuck, right? Men see relationships as contractual. If they spend money, they take you out to eat. The woman owes them sex is how they see it. I mean, you say men, but some men, right? If the woman doesn't, then she's leading him on. It's even funnier when you see those videos of a guy taking a girl out on a date. He talks about going back to her place or her going to his, and she says no. He gets mad. She offers to pay for half of the bill, which only makes them angrier. I have never seen that. There's certainly there's a TradCon type of guy that I think lives that lifestyle, but by and large, we live by expectations. If you have certain expectations of how a date is going and those expectations are dashed, you're going to be a little bit upset, right? If you're getting signals from the person across the table from you that it looks like things are going to go a certain way, this is true if you're a guy or a girl. You're getting vibes, you think something's going to happen, and then you suggest like, hey, do you kind of want to take this to an act 2? And they're like, no, I'm good. You're going to feel disappointed in some way no matter what. Now, how people deal with disappointment differs from person to person. There's definitely a group of people out there that just can't handle getting shit differently than the way that they want it. And that doesn't necessarily apply to just people who are looking in the dating scene. That's younger people, older people, people who are in married relationship and they're, the way that they like their household isn't being isn't going the way they want it. Some people just can't handle the world going differently than what they want. But I do know there's definitely a trope of guys that act this way. Like, I'm entitled because I did something good for you. You got to do something good for me. Nice guys, right? Isn't there like a subreddit r/nice guys. There's definitely a nice girls too. I think I've stumbled upon too, and yeah, it's just, and obviously the majority of people think these folks are whack jobs. Otherwise, you wouldn't have subreddits on them. Nice girls and nice guys are funny because we look at that and we say, you're fucking ridiculous. Don't go out and date anymore. I hope you live the rest of your life as an incel or a cat lady or whatever, because nobody wants to deal with the bullshit that comes out of your mouth. It takes a lot to stick with streaming, so I wish you luck. Thank you. I plan to do so much more than streaming. Have we talked about this? Is tonight a good night to talk about this? Maybe I'll mention a couple of things. So not only do I intend to continue to live stream, but I do also intend to go back to making more regular uploads as full edited VODs, scripted VODs as well. I do want to break into the shorts realm as well. So whether that's whatever platform you like, TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, that sort of thing too. So I do want to do some pre-recorded stuff and see what ways I can contribute to the world in that capacity. But excuse me. On top of that, I have other endeavors that I was interested in getting into before I ever started doing content creation, where I was still doing content of a sort. I've been working with a team of professionals to create a project based on Edgar Allan Poe that has pivoted. I can't say what we're doing because it's kind of on lock and key for reasons I've mentioned in previous streams, but that's active. That's actually going. We're in contract. We're producing stuff right now. I don't know the timetable on that because it's slow and hard because of we're all working professionals in other venues as well. But on top of that, I have plans for a web comic, for a graphic novel, for a 5-album concept for music as well, actually putting music out on Spotify and other platforms. So those are all in the mix. I have a long-term, and maybe it has to be late life, I don't know when I'm going to get time to do this, but I also have a long-term plan to write a series of fantasy novels as well. So if you like novels, if you like graphic novels and webcomics, if you like music, if you like video content, all of these things are happening at some capacity. Some things have been way backburnered to allow other things to percolate at the moment. But as I can move toward doing this as a full-time career, these things will start coming faster. And when we get to the point where we can hire more people, then the amount and sheer volume and speed at which this kind of stuff can come out is only limited by how many people we can throw at the problem. So I am looking forward to really big things down the line. I do intend to stick with this. And someday I may get back to streaming. The world would be better for it. We'd love to have you back as a streamer, Quiztrack. I take it you're not fond of Starship Troopers either? Oh. This is a mindset I don't think I'll ever in a million years understand. True. I mean, the fact of the matter is there's just plenty of men who don't and could never really understand the sort of ideology. Oz and I were talking about some sort of mechanic with men, and I was just like, yeah, that sounds like a foreign concept to me, so much so it doesn't even sound human. It doesn't sound like humans actually think and talk that way. But for some reason, some men do. I forget what it was we were talking about. I'll try to think about that. Shooters have to have something to pull me in. Never really cared for things like Call of Duty or stuff like that was heavy military. I won't go into the not all men debate. Yeah, I mean, the problem with social media is it augments the wild voices, right? So if somebody is loud, obnoxious, gains attention by their stance, they're going to make all the quiet people sound fall off, basically. Loud and crazy hits the algorithm easily. So that stuff's funny, it's fun to watch, or it's scary because we don't want to deal with people like that, and we hope that there aren't more people like that around us. If your picker is bad, you might think that everybody of your preferred orientation happens to be a certain way. My picker is basically broken. I'm a bad picker. So for a while I thought, wow, it seems like there's an epidemic of women that are all this one certain way. And it turns out, you know, I was just, I was looking in the wrong kind of social group or something, or I don't, whatever was happening. There's some traits that I didn't know I was accidentally pulled toward, and I kept choosing wrong for a season of my life. And that makes it feel like, you know, when you date like one person who's crazy, you're like, oh, well, she's just crazy. If you date 4 people in a row who are crazy, you're like, wow, all women are crazy. It's just not the case. I mean, 4 out of, you know, 4 billion. It's a very small survey size. Guys are raised with an understanding they can/will get any girl they want. I wasn't. I'm overly simplifying this scenario. Meanwhile, for generations, girls are raised to be polite, quiet, warm, friendly, not turn a guy down, to give him your attention if he shows any interest, or you get the gist. And Oz wasn't raised for those things, luckily. Because I don't like girls like that, actually. Since women are evolving with the times, most of those types of guys are not. Yeah, that's a problem, right? Why aren't guys evolving who are trained this way? Trained to just get any girl they want. We need to find a way to reach out to that type of man and figure out what's wrong and how they're broken and how to fix them. They're upset they can't have that lifestyle anymore, so they have a hard time interacting, and they don't understand why just throwing money at women doesn't work anymore. Well, the answer is women make money. That's pretty easy. They still think value lies in only having money, why they aren't working on themselves. Or when they aren't working on themselves. Yeah. And it's obvious it needs to be who you are, not what you do these days. Society is fucked. No, it's just that's a subsect, right? That's like the red pill community. Vast majority of people, I don't think, have this sort of issue, but those people are loud. I needed to ban Lady Nico. She's making me sad and disappointed in humanity. You can't silence the truth. Wow. I mean, it's sad, but again, it's not an epidemic, and it's one that will self-solve, right? Anybody who's like angry and demands a certain old way of relationships persists is probably not going to procreate and not going to pass those ideas down to somebody else. Helldivers 2 is a third-person shooter where you partake in a galactic campaign against either Terminids or automatons. The catch is, it's not a war fought in the background, it's an active conflict the whole community is working towards winning by completing major orders. Aren't these also being handled by somebody who acts as like a community DM of sorts for the game? Starship Troopers is basically, what if the world was ran by veterans? Oh no. I've not dealt with incels too much myself, but part of the group I was with did research on the bridge between incels and how they get recruited into right-wing extremist militias. Interesting. Like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. How cool. Did you have any particular findings you're able to share about how that recruitment happens? I'm glad I didn't do any of the work on them myself. Yeah. They're broken because of dumb fuckers like Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's a special being, yeah. But he knows a good hustle. Like, for all the things that that make him sort of deplorable, I understand that his ability to create business, his business acumen is unfortunately like really good. He knows how to find a disenfranchised person, create what looks like a really severe unsolvable problem for them, and then step in with what he tailors very well as a plausible solution. For somebody who's already disenfranchised and is probably quite skeptical of anyone, the fact that he creates such a movement that would loosen a man's purse strings and pass money willingly to him to get to whatever end they're trying to get to, he's doing something pretty amazing as a business person. He's unfortunately preying on people that need a fix that's not his, and I think he's exacerbating the problem. But I have sort of a respect for how villainous he is, if that makes sense. I fell for a lesbian once. She used me to buy her shit. Never again. I've been exploited in relationships before. It never feels good. Never feels good. I can't say any specific demographic stands out as an exploiter, but yeah, being exploited in a relationship feels bad. Holy hell, you tweet a lot. Toss a follow, but man, that's a lot of posts in the past 24 hours. Yeah, if you want somebody who's way more active than me on Twitter, go follow Lady Nico. There's a guy called Joel who makes the major orders. Yes, Joel, that's his name. Yeah. I'm not well versed on it, so I don't feel comfortable talking about it. I know enough to know that I don't know shit, and I'm absolutely not qualified to say jack all on it. Gotcha. My focus was on the use of technology, namely AI and games, to recruit. Ah, cool. The alpha male boot camp is a fucking joke. They train you to be an alpha male, but do it literally by teaching you to be submissive and do what your instructor tells you. So they teach you to be alpha by training you to be a beta. Basically, some people need some sort of structure and guidance to tell them what to do, even if they don't see the cognitive dissonance in that what they're being told to do is what they should be telling themselves to do, right? A real alpha would have the analytical tools within themselves, or discover them, or gather the resources, and then create their own structure and not be led by somebody else. Otherwise, you're literally the opposite of an alpha. Yeah. But when you're really stuck in a negative situation like that, when you really feel like the world is leaving you behind and you're just a complete incel, these solutions that they provide do sound tempting. Yeah. Let's pull up this video that I've had queued for some time now. Why is it so tiny? Can we make it bigger? Also, now you can look through my Twitter and see my 3 posts. All right, let's see how this goes.
I went to Cracker Barrel and I was going to play a song for a woman that I kind of like. And I got there and she saw me and she immediately pulled away. And I wasn't forcing her to listen or anything, you know. I just wanted to play the song for her, you know, give her her own choice if she wanted to be with me, you know.
Does she know you?
Yeah, I worked with her there for like 5-6 months.
Did y'all have a relationship?
No, we were talking a little bit, but it never really got serious.
Okay.
But anyways, I pulled up there and I was in the other parking lot and I saw her get in her car and I was like, oh shoot, it's my moment. So I pulled up there next to her and she pulled away from me, and so I chased her a little bit just because I don't know, women are crazy. Like I felt like she like wanted me to chase her.
Do you not think
women are
crazy?
Well, it's just like I only went like a couple blocks down the street.
I'm just saying, don't you think chasing somebody's crazy when they obviously don't want to?
Well, I had my song playing and I wanted to like her to hear it maybe.
Well, apparently she don't want to hear it, right? So what else happened? Let's get on with the story.
Insane video there of a gentleman who decided he called the police. And that's who he's talking to about a potential threat on his life after he showed up, as he admitted, followed, harassed, and asked this one woman who wanted nothing to do with him for her attention and her time. Yeah, he showed up and he's complaining to the police about his actions, hoping that maybe that'll be something to help him out. Let's look, first off, this guy uploads a lot of YouTube videos under Jaker, the Knoxvillian Sentinel. Okay.
Oh, good. He's a content creator too. Even better. Man thinks it's okay to chase somebody. Yeah, it sounds like he's so like he almost knows somewhere in the back of his mind. It hasn't come all the way to the forefront to his prefrontal cortex, but something in the back of his mind says he needs to justify it. You can hear it in the ramble of what he's saying to these guys, that he realizes what he's doing sounds crazy. So how does he frame it to them so it sounds as good as it's sounding in his head? Yeah, there's something really bad there. This is an incel stalker harasser. Yeah, she wanted me to chase her. I remember one specific order where Joel just couldn't be ours, so he told us to kill 2 million Terminids. It was finished in less than 42 hours. Dang. Crazy. That's, I mean, at least that's an easy one. I didn't know if it was a react. That's okay. We can see if we can find where he stops reacting. I'm not trying to platform this this other guy's stuff. I don't know him.
Her father called me up and he made some threats to me and to my life.
Okay.
And so I just want to have his name on file.
What did he say to you?
I think he said he's gonna stab me, like, but he's like cussing at me.
He said that, or he did say that?
He says I'm gonna do something to you. I swear I do something to you.
For chasing his daughter?
Yeah, but it wasn't chasing. It was like going down a couple streets. Like that's like fun to women. Like women like that. They're a little bit excited.
No, they don't.
Well,
Women don't like to be chased.
what about like
If I was a father, I'd probably tell you the same thing.
what about like BDSM porn where women like to have rape fantasies?
Well, apparently this girl doesn't.
Well, who knows? Most women do like having rape fantasies.
Wow. Wow. He seems to know a lot about demographics, doesn't he? He's just coming at these cops. Listen, I did a case study on this, and I've got a number here. 93% apparently. Poor guy. He sits there, he watches some porn, and he thinks he knows. I mean, anything. I think he's learned from porn. He's learned by watching porn. I haven't played Helldivers since the whole PSN debacle. Didn't they go back on that? This cop is handling it beautifully. He's being very patient. I appreciate that. And honestly, this is kind of like, to some degree, what I'm talking about as far as like the angle we should be taking. Oh crap. I think my my Instagram feed died. What happened there? I think we died. Give me 1 second. I will catch up. Oh no, it's still good. It just died on my screen, so I couldn't look like I was frozen well before the 4-hour mark. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm talking about, is what this police officer is doing. Instead of saying, you're a garbage human being, you're an awful person, you're wicked, you're evil, you're entitled, you know, there's something like, you're mentally ill, you need to be locked up. This guy is actually trying to help do a little bit of education, help bring him along, help guide him out of this in some way. Now, if after these endeavors go through, this guy's going to double down and he's just going to be an absolute whack job, or he's completely outside of the ability to be retrained or learn a different path, that's fine. You know, then other measures can be taken, but it's worth at least trying to learn better. Hey, Kit. It's at least worth taking the time to try to see how many of these types of people we can help and learn better strategies. Maybe, I don't think this cop is particularly trained to, you know, fix the brain of an incel, but it would help us to learn how to get these people out of this line of thinking, to move them forward in society so that they're less hazard to other people and so that they're happier within themselves, right? It's okay to ask women out, but like if they say no, you stop. The poor guy is so out of touch. Should we put disclaimers in porn? Right? The following is a dramatic reenactment of real events. These people are not portraying anybody in real life. They did the PSN is no longer required, but Helldivers 2 still isn't being sold in countries without PSN. Oh, a lot of guys do think it is, but if you're married, a lot of those guys think women shouldn't be allowed to say no. Yeah, but that's called marital R, right? And when you say a lot, hopefully most people are moving past that. Really, the idea of romantic marriage, I think, is still the predominant one. And in romance, you do the thing that your heart feels motivated to do, which is to be intimate or not, depending on how you feel. And that should be fine if both or either parties feel it or do not. I've had it mansplained to me as justifiable a few times. Just going for it. You mean the R word? Yeah, those people need to be taken out of society and retrained in some way. The React is the Young Turks are not completely bad. Oh, this guy's on the Young Turks. Gotcha. Okay. I've had it explained to me many times by others that if you're married, you're fine to force yourself on your partner. Jeez, wouldn't want to live where you live. I've heard from some that even just dating gives you the right to a woman's body. Wow. Yeah, these are the folks that we need to find a way to catch them up and or otherwise just understand, like, none of these people are bereft of a female in their lives, right? A mother, sisters, cousins, aunts. They're people that you wouldn't want violence or force demanded upon them if it was against their will, right? Unless you were taught that a woman's will is meaningless, in which case we have a lot of work to do to untrain these people. Do you think they're owed because you're married no matter what the other person wants? I grew up deeply entrenched in the church. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's church. I can make people disappear in a video game if you need that. We should talk. Pornography and ethics is a conversation of its own. It's a conversation worth having, but I don't know if I personally have the energy for it tonight. I might consider that as a discourse topic. Just as a litmus test, does anybody else in the chat, would anybody else be interested in sort of understanding the ramifications of porn and how it's affected society? I think both sides have some negative things to report on it. I've heard some negative things from the left, not least of which creating like incel camps, and some things from the right as well, affecting the way men end up growing up if they're porn addicted and not seeking God. So it'd be an interesting conversation to have, maybe. Unless I just made the entire discourse happen just there in that like 30-second blurb. I was raised by Mormons. Thankfully, I was never on board with it, so it didn't skew my views as much as I've seen in other cases. Yeah. Religion has to capture somebody, right? It can't be, if you're lukewarm about your religion, there's a lot of caveats, especially in very fundamentalist churches, that probably aren't going to be taken on by you. You're going to just sort of leave that stuff on the table and pick up just the things that sort of serve for a happier, better guided life. And so it really does take like a strong cult sort of force to get some of those darker thoughts that happen in different religions across, and not just into a person's brain, but like programmed in that that's the right thing to do. It's the best thing to do for people. So you dodged a bullet there, I think, Troa. My husband had a conversation with a close family member a few weeks ago. He was getting shit on for being too liberal. Hubs asked, "How do you feel about equality for your daughters?" The response was, "My daughters better not be whores, and then it won't matter. A good man will take care of them." Interesting. It really just sounds like they're cattle or something. Like no consideration for their thoughts, desires, greater aspirations. I can't fathom that. I can't fathom thinking about people that you've brought into this world as deserving anything less than what makes them their happiest. Just like people who also take their kids on and create sort of a vicarious lifestyle. Like, well, I always wanted to be a beauty queen. Well, I always wanted to be a football star. So you have these options. You know, I'm working so hard to make this work for you. I'm giving you all these opportunities. Why can't you do this for me? It's enrichment, all that sort of stuff. It's like, do what makes your kids the happiest. Digitally disappearing people is an awesome superpower. I know, right? I could definitely pin some of my more prudish moments on it, though. Yeah, I grew up very prudish as well, I think, as a result of my fundamentalist upbringing. Men infantilize women all the time. Women infantilize women all the time, though, too. That's a two-edged road, and something that we really need to stop, especially when we talk about like things like victim blaming. I think is also infantilizing. Women are treated and talked about as eternal children that need men to control them, which I personally don't understand. And again, like that may be a circle that you see because they're loud. Me, my circle of friends, their friends outside of that, like are not mutual friends, but they're friends that are not my mutual friends. None of us are like this. I'm not saying that we're the majority or their majority. Honestly, I don't know. Demographically, I don't know. Are there more TradCon shitty men out there, or are there more enlightened men like me that were, you know, raised to love people regardless of what gender or sex they happen to be? I don't know. But at least for me, I only surround myself with people that would respect their partner as an equal and raise their children regardless of what sex they are to be whatever the kids want to be. Yeah. I told him he better watch out or tell his wife what he said. Nice. That's a good threat. I gotta go. I got a piece for now. Y'all are fucking amazing. Likos, you're fucking amazing. Thank you for being here. Are you still streaming? I noticed that I haven't caught many of your streams. Maybe I'm just on at the wrong times, but it's good to have you in here. Thank you so much for your contributions these days. Lady Nico is spooky. Oh, she's a good being. I trust me on that. I'll wake up one day unalived from games. Appreciate you for getting me into this community. Oh, that's right. Lady Nico shoehorned you into this. You do have her to blame. I've been watching anime, doing job hunting stuff, and playing games with my friends in Discord. Okay. Well, should you want to come back, I'll be sure to platform you and shout you out. So I'll stream again sometime soon. The world of Twitch streaming would be richer for it. Thank you for being here. I think it depends on where you live and how likely the bad people are going to hear their ideas are good ones. That's true. I mean, there's confirmation bias. There's culture bound syndrome. So if more people around you all sort of agree to something, then yeah. In our household, we divide chores up based on acumen. And so one thing I've always been able to do, it's just my own personal superpower, is Kale, hello. Welcome, Immortal. How is my favorite Immortal doing this evening? We are not winning, by the way, so I apologize. I know that you usually ask if we are. One of my superpowers between Oz and myself is whenever I hear an alarm go off, whether it's mine or somebody else's, if I haven't been completely brutal to my body, overworking, undersleeping, or whatever, I hear the alarm, I don't just turn it off and like work my way out of bed, rubbing my eyes groggily. I just jump out of bed and I'm awake. That's just it. The alarm goes off, I'm awake and I'm ready to start my day. I'm putting my clothes on. I'm ready to hop out. I'm ready to wake the girls up. Whatever happens to be that I need to do that given day, I'm just up with the alarm. Oz is not. Oz hears an alarm and she wants to snooze it, usually 3 or 4 times at best. And when she does have to get up, it takes her minutes to just get out of bed. So between the two of us, if she needs to get somewhere or there's a requirement on time that we both need to meet, I'm the one that's the impetus to get that to happen. So to Kit's point, I know somebody. That was the smart words I was looking for. Hey, what can I say? That's what I'm here for. To Kit's point, I know a married couple who have a problem because the husband can't wake up to his alarm, and when he wakes up to anything, he's super cranky. So he's asked his wife, "Can you wake me up? Because I'm the least cranky, when I wake up to you, as opposed to an alarm or waking up late and missing part of my work shift or whatever. And she drops the ball regularly because she doesn't sleep well. She has bad insomnia and other things are in the situation. And so instead of creating some other sort of solution, finding another answer to the problem, he's just been getting mad that this has been happening. Like, you're dropping the ball on me. And upon a little bit of further inspection, I'm learning all this secondhand, by the way. So I'm just like listening to what somebody else's story is. But I've learned that what the situation happens to be and why he's so adamant that she help him out is every single one of his coworkers, all men in a certain like man dominated kind of industry, they are all woken up by their wives. None of them do an alarm clock. None of them wake up on their own. None of them wake up naturally. Because they've had enough sleep and it's just time for them to wake up. They all rely on their wives to do it, like it's a wife thing to do. And when everybody around you at your job says this is just the standard and you don't know anything, you don't know any better, you don't know that most humans do this shit for themselves and they don't, put somebody else into slavery to make this one thing happen. It just sounds like it's normal, and that's the regular thing that happens across all society. Even though your survey size, just like I was saying before with dating or whatever, your survey size is only like your 5 to 10 coworkers. You don't know shit. You just think you know shit because you think your coworkers are representative of the rest of the world. Yeah. I'm very viciously protective of people I consider friendos. I hope you consider me a friendo because I could use protection. I've done 3 job fairs and 2 interviews in the past week. Fucking Emmy. Wow, that's rough. What can I say? The persistence is necessary in this job market, though. So I hate to say it, but you probably have more of a fight ahead of you, and I hope you land somewhere really good because you deserve it. You definitely deserve it. Let's see. I feel like me and Lady Nico might have gotten off on the wrong foot because of the whole spreading democracy Helldivers shtick. Lady Nico probably knows you're a good bean. You're from 2 different camps in my particular community, 2 different sub-communities, but I'll vouch for you both that you're both some of my favorite beans. Yeah. Why would you not be winning? We haven't even really talked much about the presidential debate, but we're having a really good stream nonetheless. We had a topic, but like many of my best discourse nights, that topic gets like touched upon in and out, and then other great conversations happen, and this just turns out to be like a fucking amazing chat because you guys are amazing. The reason why I love Wednesdays so much and I look forward to these isn't because I get to play a game. It isn't because I get to talk about what I have prescribed as the topic. It's because you're naturally bringing so much more to the table. We're creating such a positive and powerful community, one of understanding, one of better vision on the opposition, better empathy. Just I love this. I love this. So, I changed my mind. We're winning. We are winning tonight. Your post had me sitting there all saying fucking preach, but I dare not drop a like because that fucks the algorithm. Yeah, that's Twitter for you. When we first got married, we would fight about misplaced tools. Every time he couldn't find something, it was because I must have moved it. I got a big box and started dumping it in there. After a while, he realized he was the one misplacing his own tools. That's smart. That's a good tactic. That kind of stuff helps save a marriage, especially if you're getting accused of something you're not actually doing. I don't know how else you could solve that. So you thought your way out of that problem really nicely. We've definitely had some issues where things have been moving around, but we also have 2 littles that like to move our things around, so we generally just blame them. Damien and Oz are friendos. Well, thank you. Love you, Likos. Have a great night. Thanks for popping in again. Really appreciate your contributions this evening. I used to be a snooze monster back when I could sleep naturally. Yeah. It's a vibe. It's just one I've never really dealt with myself. I'm not that way. You use terms like confirmation bias and you refer to the prefrontal cortex in terms of moral decision making. It sounds to me like you may have a background in psychology. Dorememe. So my background is in lifelong learning. I don't know how else to put it. Everybody has a superpower, and my superpower is just I don't forget things once I learn them. If I really love them, and it turns out I'm passionate about a lot of different little things. I've never been so passionate that I have a deep knowledge about any one particular thing that I could talk about it at an expert level, and that's a problem. It's definitely, if you want to have good money to get big success in the world, I think being an expert helps. And what I do is maybe helpful as a content creator, which is why I'm pushing the content creator angle as a career, but it hasn't helped me in the professional world very much. What I went to school for turned out to sort of be some sort of mix between computer science and entertainment. I kid you not. My elementary school obviously was just whatever, and I'm going to save some of this for the lore stream. Have I talked about the lore stream tonight yet? There's a lore stream coming. It involves YouTube and a milestone. We'll talk about that very, very shortly. Once I got into junior high and I was starting to be able to take certain electives and plot my own course, I took typing and computer science and getting involved in stuff like that. On one hand, I even took a robotics course as well. I don't think it was a full semester course, but robotics, computer science, typing. And then on the other side of things, I took a class in art, and I won a school-wide contest to be one of the speech presenters in the graduation ceremony. By the time I got into high school, my speech skills developed into being one of the best people in my debate class. Debate? No, sorry, it wasn't debate. Oral communications. Yeah, I had to take oral communications. And I just blew everybody out of the water in that particular class. I'm quite proud of that, actually. And I went on to take drama as well, and lettered in drama for all of my contributions there. I was in musicals and plays and one act and a bunch of other stuff involved in drama. But then I was also taking courses to try to get AP credit, advanced placement credit, in computer science as well. And I was successful in doing that. I got AP placement in both computer science and in foreign language. At the time, Spanish was my top foreign language. So going into college, I was moving towards something, at that time in my life, I didn't think all the stuff I did with entertainment, the drama, the oral comm, and all that sort of stuff was useful for making money. So I stuck more with computer science. And so in computer science, I pushed toward a specialization in artificial intelligence with sort of a self-created grab bag of additional classes. I ended up moving toward a minor in linguistics, and then creating, by adding additional high-end math classes, a computational linguistics discipline, even though my university did not offer computational linguistics. I made it happen, and I met somebody who was doing a computational linguistics project. So I think it was a thesis for his grad requirements, and took me on as one of his workers. So that's sort of the direction I was moving. Then when I was trying to transition into the working world, I also made a big mistake. I went back to school. I was paying student loans, and I decided to go back to school. This is a really dumb idea. I went back to school for entertainment. I went to an acting academy, and I took commercial acting, spokesperson work, voice acting, all sorts of classes, teleprompter, crazy amount of work across a multitude of different foci. I didn't know what I wanted to do in the acting world. I just knew I wanted to work in Hollywood. And then I did that, and I was a working professional in Hollywood for a whole slew of years before things started to take off on the tech side of things. And then my tech background started to earn me more money than acting, even though it was harder work. It was still better money. And Oz and I were thinking about trying to start a family. And then the further I got into tech, the more I missed being an in entertainment, but I also really like working for myself, and I learned a lot about business by working in corporate tech. And the whole time I was doing all this, I was also learning biochem, physiology, psychology, a number of other disciplines, and not least of which I was also trying to learn entrepreneurship as well. So I really don't stop learning. Now, with politics and world history and things that are more involved in social sciences, stuff like we're studying like here, like the understanding of incels and talking about the presidential debate, all of this is actually very new to me. I don't have a strong background in poli-sci. I don't have a strong background in social sciences. So I'm willing to learn a lot on the way. I'm willing to be course corrected by you guys, helping me cultivate, learn new things, do fact checking, do some research, grow and decide where my political views start to expand into, learn about myself as far as what I like most about different political parties and systems, not just in the US, but in the world. And I'm using you all as a contributive force there, while also building a community that encourages other people to try to do this as well. Don't ossify in your thoughts, but grow and expand as a person and become something bigger and better. And also use empathy to learn where other people are coming from instead of just vilifying and calling them evil or monsters and shutting them down without learning why they are the way they are, or how you could maybe incite change in their world if you feel like your way produces less suffering and more love. That's where I'm coming from. Yeah. You seem like you have a good head on your shoulders. I try. I've had a lot of villain arcs, and I'll be the first to admit it, and I hope that other people can admit this too. I think that the world is full of people who are a grab bag of many different traits. To say that you are a retail worker and that's all you do is short selling so many other cool things about yourself. To call yourself a sports fan or a video game enthusiast, that short sells so many other things about who you are and what you think and what you can do. I'm not just a good person. Many people in this chat, in these 4 chats, will call me good and call me like a good father, nice streamer, seem like a positive guy, empathetic sort of person. I've had many awful periods of my life where I have disenfranchised, hurt, destroyed people's lives, broken beautiful things apart, and just been a general villain in my life. I've been awful. And so right now I think I'm doing okay at being good, but that's not always the case. Will I be villainous in the future? I hope not. I think I'm on a trajectory of, I was much more worse and volatile when I was younger, and I'm moving toward higher love and empathy. I'm hoping that that continues. I don't want another villain arc in my life. Do you have a favorite musical? My favorite musical right now is Wicked. I've had a lifelong love of the Wizard of Oz books and all of the different art that came about as derivative works from the world of Oz. And I thought Wicked was going to be something I wasn't really going to love. I thought it was just going to be kitsch and so-so, but it came into my life at a time where things were really falling apart for me. And because I felt so villainous at that time in my life, but I thought I was making good choices for a better future, I really aligned with the character of Elphaba. And so listening to that musical even today reminds me of that critical time when I needed a musical like Wicked to come about. And it did, and I resonated so deeply with it that listening to the music today, some of it won't, like Dancing Through Life, doesn't really like evoke an emotional response, but many of the songs will cause me to just sob because it was so endemic. It was more than just a good musical. Yes, it's quirky. Yes, the writing is very well done. The lyrics are very fun. The musicality is well done, really well done. And it does a lot of homage to the 1939 movie, and it does a lot of things right and fun. But it also was the perfect time in my life to have that story. And I came into it late, I should say. It wasn't written and then out there, and then I went and saw it new because I don't have that kind of money. But I saw it way later than when it first came out, and the time that I saw it was an important time in my life. and so it's become like almost like my mascot musical, the musical that defines a key forging of a future me that I think still mostly exists today. Yeah, it's a long-winded answer, but there you go, you have it. Let's catch up with Twitch chat. Where did I leave off? Recently, he told the wife of a couple we know going through a similar issue, "You need to get a box. Kid trained me with the box." That's cute. Good job. There's something to be said about a Renaissance man, though. I'd say we're fun at parties. I wouldn't say we're high earners or stable people to build a family foundation on. It can be hard. I don't have a deep enough knowledge about anything to enfranchise on. I loved debate in high school. Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant oral communications. I never took debate. I would have loved to, actually. One of my favorite surprise nicknames came from there. Oh, interesting. What was that? I don't think my school had a debate club. I think I would have been too shy to join back then, though. I think I wouldn't have liked the people in debate. I was in a couple clubs. I even was vice president of one, the Writers Guild, and I just really didn't like the people involved in it. I felt like the people in Writers Guild were not strong writers. They were just... close this for a second. We've just been talking for a while. It's just been like hovering over my face. I feel like that the people in the Writers Guild were poor at writing and really just wanted people to listen to their poetry that was really about them sharing their lives, and they were using it as like a support group. Like, oh, I have this thinly veiled story about a bear and how this bear was left behind by their family because they didn't understand that the bear was different from the rest of the bears. And I was like, I didn't join the Writers Guild to be therapy. I joined the Writers Guild to practice to learn good writing techniques and learn from each other. And I don't know. Maybe I think I would have felt the same way about debate. I would have been like, why am I arguing with you people? This is terrible. It's a waste of my time. Probably. Computer science is what the super expensive piece of paper on my wall was for, which I've never used. I would say, yeah, it's one of those things that it's enriching in your life, even if you don't use it, but it's kind of a shame if you spent a lot of money to go to school and then didn't end up going into that particular field. I'm a forest gay. How's that? Was that your nickname that you were given in the debate? I'm a total chaos squirrel. Or are we giving ourselves names like Renaissance Man? I'm a creative trash panda. I love these. These are great titles. We should use these. I wish there was a place to give yourself a title in Discord. Not just like rename yourself, but actually give yourself a title. Wouldn't that be fun? No good deed goes unpunished. Yeah. That's one that still makes me cry. Hey Link, long time no see. I whispered to you a song, and it's an earlier version of Dancing Through Life, which Fiera encourages drinking Winnie beer and a Winky. Oh, like the Winkies. Oh, cool. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for linking that. I don't know much about like the pre-musical lore or the writing process or listening to any of the demos or, you know, blurbs and bits and pieces of previous versions. I'd love to get into that at some point. The surprise nickname was the Executioner. Jeez, that's brutal. I was always dressed in solid black and I never lost. I had no idea I was being called that until I overheard someone, "Oh, that's the Executioner," while we were looking at lists to see our next match pairings. Dang, brutal. Knowing modern you, it's interesting to think that, but you know, we were all pretty different in high school, I suppose. I'm not changing my profile pic. You want to see me cry playing Memories from Cats? Oh, that's a good one. That makes a lot of people cry. Yeah. I got called Daria. Interesting. Okay. I think that says something about high school you. I don't know that I got called any particular nicknames. I'm trying to think of anything that would have been funny. I don't think I was known for a lot. I was known for being brainy. I remember a girl wrote in one of my signature books that she loved my brain, and I was like, are you attracted to me? Is this a come on, or is this sort of a I don't really want to talk to you anymore? Because liking somebody's just their brain also kind of sounds not that interesting. I didn't know how to take it. I didn't talk to her again after that. I was like, what do you do with somebody who says they love your brain? High school me was over it. Yeah, I suppose nicknames can get tiresome after a while. All right, let's continue on with this this poor deranged guy talking to the popo here.
Okay, do you think she does?
I don't know. But
apparently she don't.
Well,
so what do you want us to do?
Well, I just want you to get his name on file, just in case he does do anything to me.
Do you know his name?
I know his daughter's name.
He wants his name on file, Conscious, just in case.
Why does he know the guy that threatened him? Why does he know his daughter's name? What's going on there?
Something happens. You know what? I want this man's name on file just in case something happens to me after I followed his daughter, stalked her, tried to play her a random song that she didn't want to hear. Talk about fantasies of.
Oh, I see. The guy that threatened him was the woman's father, right? Does that make sense? Is that the case?
Rape, sexual assault, and maybe even murder.
Gotcha.
It doesn't matter. I get to do whatever the hell I want. These are the vibes you point.
Yeah, he already said he worked five or 6 months with her, and that they used to talk. Not that they were talking about getting together, just that they used to talk. That was it. All right, let's see where the footage takes up again.
So I know if my black ass would have went to you and said, "Hey, listen, I'm stalking her. Her daddy want to whoop me. I got rape fantasies about her." I'm pretty sure the law enforcement would figure out at least 4 or 5 legal terms to project onto my body. And the fact that he was able to do it and not think nothing about it, it really made me feel like, damn. So ignorance of the law can be a privilege to some. Ignorance of the law can be the reason for others. And it's like, man.
You call it ignorance of the law, and I agree, but it's possibly knowledge of the law, because the law will allow someone like him to do exactly that. It's just the difference in the law. Just saying. So, as you point out, you wouldn't have made it out the door. He did. In fact, he got in his car and he was not done talking and broadcasting his incel behavior. Let's watch more.
Gotcha. He wants the girl's father on file.
Okay.
Fathers will hurt you over their daughters.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is she needs to have her own free will, man. You don't understand? I'm a man myself, bro, and I have needs myself.
She's choosing her free will by telling her daddy what happened to you, and I'm telling you, stay away from her because he will hurt you probably.
She's being controlled by him.
That's fine. That's fine. That's her choice, right? Free choice, free will.
I think she should go do porn.
Okay, you need to leave.
It's legal.
You need to leave.
Well,
we're not doing anything. You need to leave.
I don't know.
Wow.
Something the cops want to deny me trying to get her to be straight. Something is wrong about that. I don't see why these traditional ass motherfuckers think they can speak whenever it's this woke belligerent LGBT that has her right now. And her father is controlling the bullshit. I just don't see it. I'm older than her father.
I don't want to step on the point you were about to make, but as we watch.
Crazy. So he's older than the father is. And yeah, I'm pretty unclear what he says, what he's trying to say he's upset at. He said that he thinks she should do porn. He said that he thinks she needs a different sexual orientation and that her father is controlling her, as in like he's making her not do these things, like he's making her not straight. He's making her not do porn. I'm so confused. He's got a very punchable face. She's like a teen, I think. Or she doesn't want anything to do with you because you're unhinged. Yeah. I mean, just look at the way he was looking at himself, right? You can see something about a person in the way that they're when they can see themselves on a screen, how they interact with that. I mean, I know people aren't media trained. When I'm staring at a camera and talking to you guys, I have some training in this and years of experience doing this, but there's something weird about the way he was looking at himself. Something seemed off just right there. He's mad she won't stop being a lesbian to date him. Okay. Probably told him she's gay, so he would leave her alone. Could be. Could be. Unfortunately, that works with some people. And unfortunately, it doesn't work with some people. And the father stepped in to stop him from harassing her. I think that's where he feels like the father has been being controlling. Not that he's doing anything to the daughter, but that he's being a cockblock. That's controlling in and of itself, right? Where's the footage? Continue. Less talking heads, more what's going on in the background.
To women's identities, it's always a man. You're a man. I want to possess this.
They're just talking over the footage.
They would keep it real. This is the first held the same types of beliefs. Elliot Rodger, who, as we saw, I think it was a Santa Barbara area.
Okay, I guess the rest is really just chatting over footage.
That's his first problem. There's a lot of folks out there. There's a lot of women.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that's pretty crazy, but at the same time, I know that incident is not isolated. Now, it's pretty isolated when somebody is creepy like that and doesn't seem to realize it. I think more, by and large, guys know when they're doing something that they're pushing a limit, right? Like, what if I try this and what if it actually happens? Oh my gosh, I'm going to see. And then they get caught. Then they get ashamed, bashful. They try to write it off. They try to say, oh no, I was just doing this, or oh, it wasn't like that. They change the script because they're ashamed and they're trying to hide it. This guy he didn't seem like his reframing of what the police was telling him seemed like he was on the defensive. You can hear certain word choices and certain tonalities in speech when you know somebody's been put on their heels. And you're like, oh yeah, you fucked up. You know it. You're trying to mitigate the amount of punishment or whatever you think is coming to you. You are working your hardest right now to get out of that. This guy didn't seem like that. It seemed like he was explaining the world as he believed it was. And when the police were saying things contrary to that, he wasn't saying something other than their words to defend himself. He was correcting them. He's like, no, it's not like that. The world doesn't work like what you guys are saying. You could tell he didn't agree with the police. And he was trying to school them. You guys are wrong. You guys are part of the woke agenda. There's something wrong with you. Yeah. They cut some out of the conversation. Gotcha. There's a link thing to the music he makes. Oh, we're good. I don't need to platform that. I wonder if him talking about her dad controlling her the same way I've been told underage people who identify gay or trans are being forced by their parents. I've definitely heard that narrative, right? Which is like such a weird leap of logic. Now, I've seen unfortunately some scenarios that feed into that narrative. This is probably not common, so I won't say that my own personal experiences are regular rhetoric, but there are some circumstances in which, so I know a family that happens to be not just left, but like far left, and in their far leftness, they encourage their children to play around with gender roles. But they don't do it in a like, hey, we've got a bunch of different clothes here. You can just sort of pick what you want to pick, wear what you want to wear, dress how you want to dress, whatever makes you feel comfortable and happy. There's no such thing as boys' clothes and girls' clothes, which is how we generally raise our children. Oz and I just say, hey, you've got a bunch of toys. Some of these are robots. Some of these are cars. Some of these are dolls. Some of these are unicorns. They're all kids' toys. Kids' toys are kids' toys. And when I was growing up, honestly, to my parents, well, to my mom's credit, I was raised that kids' toys were kids' toys. That whatever you had, if it was for kids, if it was in a toy box, nobody was going to slap anything out of my hand. Nobody was going to say, oh, you should be holding this or you should be playing with that. And we do with our kids the same way. You found a toy, you think it's fun, you want to play make-believe with it. I don't care who it's made for or what demographic it was originally invented to do. The only thing I care is, like, don't bust holes in the walls, don't hurt your sister, just play whatever. And same thing with the clothes. A lot of our clothes, just to get by with the economic status that our family is, most of our clothes are hand-me-downs, or we get them at places where you can buy secondhand clothes, toys, furniture, that kind of stuff. We don't go to department stores. We don't go to even like low-end retailers for clothing. We get a lot of stuff secondhand. Luckily, we know a lot of people who have kids that are just a little bit older than our kids. So hey, great, awesome, works out that way. We even have somebody who our tiny is interested in dance, and we know somebody whose kid is a few years older that's going to a dance academy who keeps outgrowing her dance gear. And they're like, hey, we're literally not doing anything with this dance gear. So as your kid grows into our kids' old sizes, we're just going to give them to you. So we're like, oh, that's really cool. Get free, dancey sort of gear. So anyway, we don't raise our kids with any sort of gendered expression or sex standards for clothing, toys, activities, anything of the sort. This very far left family that I'm friends with, they go a little too far. And this is where I think people on the right like hear stories like this, see these narratives and take it and blow it out of proportion, or think that this is the norm for some reason. I've never seen this to be the norm. I don't know anybody else besides this one family that does it, but they encourage their kids to cross-dress. And to me, if you're a boy and you want to wear a skirt, or if you want to wear ribbons in your hair, do it. And if that's just what you're interested in, just do it. But I don't like when a parent says, you're a boy, try wearing dresses. I want to see you wearing dresses. You want to wear dresses some more? And they talk about like, yeah, like he was listening to Elton John. Isn't that kind of cool? He's like listening to Elton John. He's got the ribbons in his hair. He's wearing dresses. Like we're just such cool parents. It's like you were doing the same shit that somebody like Ben Shapiro does when he's like, my boy wears jeans. My boy has boots, because that's what little boys should look like. And he's looking to me for masculinity, signaling, that sort of thing. Like he takes pride in that. And this other family takes pride in deliberately pushing their kids into like opposite gender clothes, not letting them choose what they want, but like encouraging and applauding and saying, yes, like we really like this. It looks like grooming in the way that the right has been accusing the left of doing, that I didn't think anybody ever did. And so when I saw somebody actually doing it, I'm like, fuck, like you're the reason why crazy people on the right have these stupid ideas that I just thought were boogeyman tales. I figure most people let their kids dress however, go choose what you like. Go choose what gives you passion. Don't actually like impress upon your kids what you think they should look like for whatever political purpose you might have, or tradcon purpose. Either way. Yeah. His music literally sounds like banging on trash cans and screaming at bad things that are happening in the background. He was expecting the police to back him up. Yes, he was. He was not defending himself. He expected the police to believe what he believed. There was a few nuts in the fruitcake. This is true. I whispered a copy of the original video someone had posted on Twitter. Oh, of that guy's talk with the police. Okay, cool. My mom is weird. Girls had girl toys. Girls had long hair. Girls wear cutesy clothes. Wait, why is your mom weird? That all sounds just so tradcon. I mean, it's a shame, but I know a lot of people that just lived that without the talking heads. Thank you. Yeah. I allow posts on stream. Question is, can I make this go to picture in picture? Wow, it works. I'm such a good streamer.
Going to play a song for a woman that I kind of like, and I got there, and she saw me, and she immediately pulled away, and I wasn't forcing her to listen or anything, you know. I just wanted to play the song for her, you know, give her her own choice if she wanted to be with me, you know.
Okay. Does she know you?
Yeah, I worked with her there for like 5-6 months.
Did y'all have a relationship?
No, we were talking a little bit, but it never really got serious.
Okay.
But anyways, I pulled up there, and I was in the other parking lot, and I saw her get in her car, and I was like, oh shoot, it's my moment. So I pulled up there next to her, and she pulled away from me, and so I chased her a little bit, just because, I don't know, women are crazy. Like, I felt like she like wanted me to chase her.
Do you not think chasing somebody's crazy?
Well, it's just like, I only went like a couple blocks down the street.
I'm just saying, don't you think chasing somebody's crazy when they obviously don't want to?
Well, I had my song playing, and I wanted to like her to hear it, maybe.
Well, apparently she didn't want to hear it, right? So what else happened? Let's get on with the story.
Well, anyways, her father called me up, and he made some threats to me and to my life.
Okay.
And so I just want to have his name on file.
What did he say to you?
I think he said he's gonna stab me. Like,
My mom would do that to me for a while. I don't think I was allowed to pick my own clothes till I was like 10 or something, or choose my hairstyle. Brutal. Yeah. She's the type who cries about how women should have long hair or their dykes. See, that's weird because there was an era that I wonder if your mom lived through or not, where women should have short hair, right? There was a period in American history, not that long ago, actually. I mean, I know people that lived through this, that if you had long hair, you were one of those long hairs. Generally, like sort of the hippie counterculture, drugs, free love, passing STDs and cocaine around everywhere sort of people. And that short-haired women who kept something cute and up. Now, not necessarily like a pixie kind of cut or like a boy cut, but usually like an updo. Is that probably maybe the right term? So, you know, like beehives and like pompadours, sort of like stuff that goes upwards, but, you know, is presentable and left the neck exposed and the collar there so that you knew that they weren't like a miscreant or degenerate, and that as soon as you went into long hair territory, you're talking about, you know, these freaks that are trying to disenfranchise common decency. So where long hair means feminine comes from, it makes me wonder where your mom got that from. Was she not religious? Because I think the short hair thing was also sort of a religious community kind of thing too. And on the younger side, maybe younger moms would think longer hair was more feminine. But yeah, there was a while where short hair was the way to go and long hair was deviancy. If I had a kid who was getting chased down by a couple blocks by this guy, I'd have a few choice words for him. And this guy did. I don't know what he was actually threatening, because I don't trust this guy's point of view in the story, but I would threaten. I would definitely threaten. Yeah. My grandma had short pixie hair in almost every picture I saw of her, but my mom always had hair that was at least shoulder length or longer. Okay, so maybe it was just a generational thing. Like your grandma was part of that, like short hair is the proper lady sort of thing to do, and then your mom was part of a later movement where long hair came back in style and was not accredited to social deviancy.
like, but he's like cussing at me.
He said that, or he did say that?
He says, I'm gonna do something to you. I swear I do something to you.
For chasing his daughter?
Yeah, but it wasn't chasing. It was like going down a couple streets. Like, that's like fun to women. Like, women like that. A little bit of excitement.
No, they don't.
Well,
Women don't like to be chased.
What about like
if I was a
porn?
father, I'd probably tell you the same thing.
What about like BDSM porn, where women like to have rape fantasies?
Well, apparently this girl doesn't.
Well, who knows? Most women do like having rape fantasies.
Okay. Do you think she does?
I don't know. But
apparently she don't.
Well,
so what do you want us to do?
He had nothing to say to that.
I just want to get his name on file, just in case he does do anything to me.
Do you know his name?
I know his daughter's name.
What do you know his name?
I know her name. I don't know his name. He called me from a restricted phone number.
Okay. Here's my suggestion. Leave her alone.
Well, this is one song I made, and this was the final chance I was going to have.
Here's my chance. Here's my advice. It's over. Leave her alone.
Okay.
Fathers will hurt you over their daughters.
Yeah, but that's the thing is she needs to have her own free will, man. You not understand. I'm a man myself, bro, and I have needs myself.
She's choosing her free will by telling her daddy what happened to you, and I'm telling you, stay away from her.
So I just love that. I love that counter argument. I'm a man myself, bro. He says to the right now, you sound like you don't know much about how a man would act, especially a father, because you seem really confused about this police officer's answers to you. So to say, I'm a man myself. It just reminds me of that Willem Dafoe meme. I'm something of a scientist myself.
He will hurt you probably.
She's being controlled by him.
That's fine. That's fine. That's her choice, right? Free choice, free will.
I think she should go do porn.
Okay, you need to leave.
It's legal.
You need to leave.
Well,
we're not doing anything. You need to leave.
I'm having discussion on.
I'm having a discussion telling you to leave.
Are you threatening me with arrest?
I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you to leave.
This is a public property.
We're done. Well, you can stay if you want.
If you do that on public property, I'll leave under.
You're free to do whatever you want to right here, but we're not doing anything else. I'm just giving you advice. The girl doesn't want to talk to you. Leave.
Yeah, but there's something's twisted about that.
There's something twisted about the way you think.
I was going to let her make her own choice after the song.
Well, she's made her choice.
And I just don't think she had a reasonable opportunity to make a choice, because I'm going to blow up, and I'm going to be a famous DJ, and I'm going to be like...
How old is she?
2 years older than me.
Oh, he's delusional too. I'm going to be a famous DJ, he says. That's why he thinks she needs to give him a chance. She hasn't heard his amazing dropped beats. He didn't get to the beat drop. He's like, listen, you're only listening to the intro right now. I just need you to hear when the sick beat drops. It's gonna shake the very core foundations of who you are. It's gonna change your sexual orientation. You're gonna become a stalker sexual, and you'll fall in love. You'll immediately hop in the car with me, and then we'll live happily ever after. You can come with me to all of my DJ gigs and just do like air turntables while I satisfy the crowds for big money. He's delusional. He's absolutely delusional. So fucking bad. It is. It's cringe, honestly.
To me, 27.
How much?
27.
She's old enough to make her own mind. I'll speak with her. Is she working today?
I think so.
Do you have her phone number?
I believe so, but I can't stop recording the video.
Well, that's okay. I'll go buy her a job. She works Cracker Barrel, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'll speak with her and then I'll get back with you, okay?
Alrighty, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
He said he can't stop recording the video to show. Wow. What is this in the corner? Is that like his elbow or a knuckle? I hate the way he was holding the phone at that time. I hate seeing like flesh just on the side of the screen like that. His own Cronenberg way of holding a phone. At least he's recording horizontal.
Oh shit. You know what? Lindsay's dad. I hope you see this fucking video.
Yeah, what is he doing right there?
When women don't ever
the mouth shaping
with themselves
and the eye thing. What's with his eyes right there?
Bad shit happens.
Why is he squinting and
I don't know.
Adjusting his nose and mouth like that?
Something
weird,
the cops
right?
Want to deny.
Look at that.
Me trying to get
Look what he's doing.
Street.
It reminds me of that
Something is wrong about that.
Charlie Manson faces.
Why these traditional ass motherfuckers?
Is he mewing?
Speak shit whenever it's this woke, belligerent LGBT shit that has her right now.
This video is titled Exhibit A. Wow.
Her father is controlling the bullshit.
Yeah, he thinks he's Asmongold. I think Asmongold just does it as a
than her fucking father.
Nervous tick, though.
That's how I feel right now. I've lived this life. I've been the greatest. I've been down and I've been about. I don't know where this is going, but fucking
stop squinting at the camera.
She was gonna lure me into a trap whenever I was gonna go you know, play a song for her. It's just how it is. But shout out to all my bros. I know that my dudes, you know, I'm really getting depressed recently, you guys. I feel like there's not faith in humanity.
What's he doing there? He keeps doing that thing. He keeps doing that thing. He keeps like looking at the camera and like squinting, moving his head back and forth, putting his lips together, spreading them around, looking away, looking back. He can't sort himself out. Thanks for the link. Link. Yeah, wow. Oof. It's not a nervous tick. Asmongold does it for fun. Oh, does he? I always thought it was. I don't know that much about Asmongold, to be honest. I only recently have been studying sort of larger streamers to see what I. Obviously, there's no such thing as like you learn from a larger streamer and you do what they do and then you attain success. But I like to look for X factors or reasons why people succeed and don't. And so I watched a little bit of his content. I found out that he and I share something tragically in common, which I wouldn't wish upon anybody, but it explains kind of the state of his current life and certainly explains the state of my current life. And that is we both lost our moms around the same time. I don't know what his life is like without his mom. I know some of the things that are going on with me in my life without my mom, and they were bad when she was around, and her presence mitigated some of the things that were going on. So without her, without that mitigation, they got worse. And I don't mean that I needed my mom to make my life right. It's just there are certain people and certain relationships in one's life that make really bad things better. And without that person, the bad things are worse. And so things have been bad without my mom. So I feel for him. It would be one of those things I wish I could reach out, but you know, some people are too large, too popular to talk to say even a platitude or positive thing too. He thinks he's sexy. Somebody probably thinks he's sexy. He thinks he's a badass. He's popular enough. Somebody would call him a badass. Ask Aubrey is a great Twitter account. It's been featured on this stream before, I think. I think you've sent me a link or two from Ask Aubrey stuff. Or maybe Kit. Yeah. He's still living the way he did before she died in 2020. Yeah. I understand. Grief can really do a lot of crazy things. My grief has definitely presented itself in ways that I didn't want to have happen. Things that I didn't think that I had the... there are ways in which I thought I had better mental and emotional fortitude and acumen to think and act my way, behave my way out of or above grief, so that when they started to happen to me, I felt like I was losing control of parts of my life, and still feel like there are a couple parts of my life that I lack sufficient control in. And it's surprising. It's surprising how strong of a force grief can be. So I get it to some degree. He's been getting better now because of people like Tectone and Emiru. But yeah, she lived in the house with him. That house he's in, it's her house. Right. You've seen the videos of his house. Yes, I have. Yeah. That's crazy. Someday I might do a walking tour of this place. Right now, we still have one devastatingly vacuous, empty part of the house that there's nothing to show. We used to have a kitchen, and we don't, and we haven't had a kitchen for about a year. So that's been deleterious to our budget because it's hard to keep food, to make food here. We do have to order a certain amount of convenience food to make it through. Doing dishes is a hassle and takes up significant amounts of our free time, which is why content creation hasn't been expanding faster. I wish we had a kitchen again. That would be nice. But at some point, it'd be cool to do a walking tour. I can tell you, we're not pack rats like that. We do have kids, so our house does have some messes. But nothing like his. Those are about the creep ass. Wait, what are we talking about? Yeah. So he doesn't like traditionalists or wokeists, is just pure incel. Right, Rico? Yeah, that guy it's pretty unhinged. I think he's got his own complete worldview that serves him. He's probably narcissist or something near that. Some sort of antisocial behavior disorder. And he definitely believes other people feel the way he does. Like, he was so surprised that the cops were corrupted by wokeist agenda. As a happy Troa, my work sent me a Rising monitor stand for my work/gaming desk, and I just finished getting it all finished and set up. Nice. Rising, like, how high does it go high enough that you could use your desk as like a standing desk? Or I don't know what rising necessarily means. The creep ass thinks he's sexy/badass. Oh, like that one porn star that wants to be in a relationship with him or whatever. Did you see the newer video, the one where he did a tour for Tectone and Emiru? I think that's the only one I've seen, is the one where they toured this place. Of course, they're playing it all up for drama and all that, but hoarding's a real issue, and it's when you stay around a certain amount of mess long enough, it really does become normal. You can, what's the word I'm looking for? It starts to become invisible. I think when you spend enough time around a place, if you're not an analytical, active participant to your environment, you can start to write off things as just like part of the space around you. Well, that thing just lives there, or that's where I stack these dishes, or that mess has just been there for years. So, you know, I'm accustomed to there being a mess right there. And so you don't get, I try to regularly clean and straighten up every single space that I interact with, because it, one, keeps my mind clearer, and two, it keeps me from seeing a place as having standard things in it. In fact, when I was younger, I used to just reassemble or redo my room, like move my bed to a different place or a different corner of the room, rearrange my furniture, change the decorations on my wall. I would do that somewhat regularly. I don't think I was thinking in my head, well, I'm going to keep myself fresh and never go complacent and always have new paradigms. I wasn't thinking that way. It was just, I was led by instinct. Yeah. I don't think they were playing anything up. They seem extra dramatic about it. Like, if they know him and they know the space, they just seem, maybe I'm just devoid of big emotion. And so when I see people with big emotion, I'm like, all right, you're doing this for the views. I'm also skeptical of anything I see on the internet, that if it's dramatic in any way, I assume it's done for some sort of marketing purposes. Talking with my kids the other day, and they told me, Mom, did you know you qualify on paper as a trad wife? I had not noticed. Hilarious. You know, in some ways, Oz and I are trad. But it's not necessarily because we think that that's the right way to go. It's just where things are comfortable for us. I don't think there's a right way to go. I think the right way to go is meet somebody, work out relationship goals, and if they align with each other, then start looking at how you two interface with each other. Fill strengths that you have where the other person has weaknesses, hold the other person accountable to their goals and dreams so that they don't lose sight of who they are as an individual, work to enrich each other's lives, work to be better than you were alone. And however that looks as a metric between two people, it's just that shakes out the way it does. Oz tends to be a little bit more on the passive side of things and likes and also gets choice paralysis and choice fatigue, whereas I don't, and so I tend to step in more often, or I try to ask what's the word I'm looking for, like probing questions of her, and then come up with a solution that I usually arbitrate the final idea of what we're going to do, or what the activity is going to be, or a solution to a problem. But I don't personally crave those things. I would just as soon have us go back and forth equally. It's just while that's comfortable for me, that's not as comfortable for Oz, and so I try to meet her in her comfort. And I'll press back on it sometimes so that there is a little bit of compromise. It's not just me stepping in all the time, because that makes me uncomfortable after a while. So sometimes I'll say, you know, it would really feed into me is if you could just solve the logistics for this one, and then I'll catch the next one. So we both also try to stand up for our own happiness and make sure that we don't let things fester. But we're kind of trad. And the old one was the OG one of him showing his lair. Oh, I didn't see that one. I have a standing desk underneath it already. But yes, this also raises from about 6 inches over the desk with storage below to about 2 feet further up. Nice, nice. So I can set my desk to sit level and raise just the monitors to standing eye level. That's pretty cool. I like that. My monitors are pretty stuck, but they are at standing height. So me talking to you, my monitor is at this angle, and then the camera is up here. And so the monitor being at this angle, this is actually at my eye level, roughly. It's kind of hard to tell because the camera's cheated above me, looking at a little bit more at the top of my head than, like, you know, the bottom of my chin, because that's just good show. But this is standing level. If I were to get up and stand up, which I can, this is me standing on the floor. So, and leaning over a little bit so I can get to the mic, but this is standing height. So my computer desk is a standing desk. Actually, it's a walking desk because I have a treadmill that a small one that I got for very cheap on Amazon that sits underneath the desk, and I walk and work at the same time. Pretty good stuff. And then when I want to sit, which I usually do when I'm streaming so that you don't see the head bob, because I think it would be distracting. When I want to sit, I sit in this very tall chair. It's a regular office chair, but the base of it, where you would usually see like a spoke, and then you got the wheels coming off on little rails from that center spoke. That spoke is very, very tall. And it gets me all the way up to standing desk height. So I can sit and use my walking desk, or I can walk on it. Yeah. That's from back in the day. I don't think they were really ever over his house. Maybe. I might just be odd then. I don't mind mess and clutter. I do. Some people, I think more people don't mind mess and clutter because more people let it happen than people who don't. I think it's actually weird to meet somebody whose house is just spick and span. I feel like there's something wrong with a person whose house doesn't feel lived in. You're like, what's wrong with you? Or where are you hiding it? You know, what room of your house do you actually live in if these rooms have nothing as far as lived in experience? Yeah. I have a little clutter, but when it's to a point you can't get around, it's a problem. Yes. It's organized, but it's organized chaos. That's what I like. Messy, but not a hindrance. Yeah, I definitely don't like a hindrance. I don't like mess, but I also don't like a completely empty house with just furniture and nothing else, because that looks sterile. My mom / brothers insisted the house had to look like a display at all times. I just don't see the point. Like, what are you trying to tell people? We don't actually live here? We don't actually engage with the household here? What narrative does that push? Rico says, I used to watch Hoarders as motivation to clean my house. I mean, yeah, there's some crazy stories on there. It worked well. I don't bother with standing desks because it's been shown that standing still for long periods of time is just as bad as sitting. That's also why I made the desk the way I did. I've read that as well. I've never had a sitting job. Oh, that's not true. The current job that I have, which is a continuation of the last job that I had, is technically a sitting job, but I made a walking desk for it so that I wouldn't just sit and get sitting desk body. Before that, all of my jobs have been stand still, stand up, and you can't sit at all the whole time jobs. Those jobs definitely wreak havoc. So anybody that says, oh, sitting's bad for you, you should stand. Standing jobs are ostensibly worse. Yeah. I don't understand why we make people stand except for the same aesthetic why Lady Nico's mom wants a completely non-lived-in looking house. I think it's just some sort of cruel aesthetic that some people decided was good, and nobody wants to challenge those particular people. I would rather really be served by somebody who was able to sit. I would at service sort of desk or at restaurant. I would rather have somebody sitting ring up my groceries, unless I did self checkout, which I usually do anyways, because I just don't like bothering other people. I don't need people to stand to work. It bothers me. But walking feels pretty good. And this desk with the treadmill going and me walking and using the desk feels pretty fantastic. Yeah. The walking desk is good. You can also do that sitting with a under desk pedal. What? How does that work? Do you have any examples? I'm curious. I don't want it. I've got what I want right now, I think, but I'm just curious how other people do. I like my house, but I'm most definitely a bachelor. Like having stuff from Pottery Barn and shit. Oh, it's lame. Clean looks nice, don't get me wrong, but it feels very artificial. Exactly. Standing doesn't look lazy or sloppy. I mean, neither does sitting. Another way of putting it, I like the RPD. I don't like the Umbrella Labs. There you go. When we use self-checkout and it has the survey at the end, Hubs always gives it a 1-star. I'm a terrible cashier and no one paid me for my work. Wow. Nice. I go between sitting and standing regularly throughout the day. I pace when I talk, but if I feel like a sit and chat, I can, and my screens move with me. That's really cool. It's a little machine. Neat. Oh, thanks for linking it in Discord. I appreciate when people link stuff in Discord, because when I quit stream, pretty much the first thing I do is hop on my phone and catch up on Discord that I've missed. So I know I should just go to sleep, but honestly, I do like to wind down with a little post game and the Discord server. So everybody that's that gives me little gifts while live streaming for my after stream times, thank you for being you. Yeah. As presets, so I just hit 2 for sit or 3 for stand. Oh, that's so cool. I dig that.
What's wrong, Doug? That's another thing.
I will take that, but
I'm right as the mail.
You saw I just drank, so I'm not going to drink twice. I'll need to flood myself or make myself have to go to the bathroom over and over. Lycos, aren't you supposed to be asleep? Weren't you supposed to be asleep a long time ago? I am admittedly very cluttered. If things are clean, it feels artificial and wrong. Not at all homey. Yeah, there are places I think could be clean or at least tidy, but I don't think that clutter is bad if it's managed right and if you can find things. My deal is ADHD, out of sight, out of mind, so I forget about things if I don't see them. Yeah, I mean, in which case you do need a system, right? I can't talk on the phone and not pace. I'm the same way. I need a pacing area if I'm on the phone. If I'm in an area where I can't move, I will excuse myself. I'll move until I can get to a place where I can. The video link is Asmongold's room. I'll take a look. I'll take a look. Yeah. That's a whole vibe. ADHD here too. My mom keeps having to remind me we got stuff. Huh? She puts it away all nice and neat and out of sight, out of mind. If I don't see it, it don't exist. Oh, you had to step away for a bit. Oh, I thought you were going to sleep for some reason. Well, thanks for coming back. I'll buy fruit, and because of how the fridge is, I forgot I got it and it goes bad before I eat it. That was Oz for a long time too. Although if you've watched Oz's recent streams, you may note that while she started to claim that she thought maybe she had something like ADHD, although I couldn't see all the signs, so I wasn't sure if that was going to be the case. But it turns out she was just extremely deficient in iron, and it has some of the same side effects. So we're working to try to re-regulate her body. It's going to be like something like a 3-month climb out of where she was to see what we can fix, and then do some tests and reassess it and see if she's going to be in better capacity. I will tell you that she has days that were like they have been earlier this year, but she also now has days that we haven't seen most of 2024 where she is suddenly full of energy and ambitious and ready to do things and accomplish things, which is, you know, as the only other adult in this house, working to take care of the kids and clean up everything. It's very nice to see her with energy and ambition. Yeah. Is it bad that aside from all the left out food and insects, Asmon's room honestly seems cozy? It looks cozy, right? From what I've seen. We'll look at the house tour. We'll pull it up. Just so everybody else knows what we're talking about. And yeah, this one is 14 years ago. Holy crap. So this doesn't look like his house anymore, but at least gives you an idea of what it used to look like 14 years ago. Move it like, yeah, something like that. We'll get to it in just a sec. My doctors are always checking my iron. I'm super pale and they think I must be deficient. Nope, just pasty. Nothing wrong with pale. Like, his downstairs is royally fucked, but his room itself ain't actually too bad if you get rid of the insects and stuff. Yeah, that's one thing I couldn't hang with. So clutter and mess, it's fine. I really don't mind if other people are that way. But if you leave out food, or if you leave a situation in which mold, mildew, insects, vermin can find their way in and are enticed to do so, you have ant trails, you have food that's become concrete on your plates because it's been left for so long. That's where I can't hang. That's too much. Yeah. Yeah. It's a bungalow house, but no, like he has blood splattered on the walls and stuff. Yeah. Got to get rid of all the nasty shit, but if it were just his stuff, how it is, and otherwise, like vacuumed and cleaned, it'd be cozy. Used to watch Asmon a lot, but then he really started going off the rails with far right stuff. Oh, really? He didn't seem like the type. Interesting. He has a place where a raccoon ripped its way through the ceiling. It seems like a character. Like, I imagine so many people watch him, the vast amount of people watch him just because he's kind of kooky. Would that be accurate? Again, like, I don't actually watch a lot of streamers, to be perfectly honest. Try to be the streamer as opposed to watch the other streamers. But I'm trying to learn how to be bigger, so maybe I need to watch some other success stories, and I don't know if I want to say emulate. I really want to be true to me. Kooky would be. Asmon's pulled back a lot from the far right stuff. Only even remotely conservative stuff he talks about now is weird DEI stuff people do with games like Dustborn. That's not an uncommon ideology among people who play games, that they don't like certain agendas being pushed or feel like they're overly shoved down people's throats when they buy new stuff. Doesn't bother me. I don't see where it's a talking point to be upset about, but I get if people are spending a lot of time trying to find something that they don't like or making an argument about what's cool versus not cool these days, what used to be cooler back in the day. I guess I understand where their points are coming from, but I disagree. Or I don't know if I disagree, I just don't care. I don't care about that kind of stuff. I don't care what race, expression, orientation, or anything characters in a game or a movie or anything like that are. Yeah. The entire debate, he was tearing into Trump like crazy. Good for him. That's fun. Tectone also has been going off about thank God for Trump in the middle of his streams when he was streaming Genshin or Star Rail. Just fucking no. Interesting. I don't know anything about Tectone, so let's take a look at this 14-year-old video, shall we?
Hello, everyone. Heard a lot of people saying that I exaggerate things. I, make things more than what they are, and that's true. But not in terms of my room. A lot of people think that it's actually not as bad as it is, and I'm probably gonna clean it today. But I don't want to lose the memory. And so got 3 drinks here. This is McDonald's, Long John Silver's.
He's already a different kind of poverty than me. There's something interesting, probably. Yeah, it's a little bit gross. The thing of it is, like, there's poverty and there's poverty. I grown up in houses that have the same sort of like size and the old furniture, and I can see there's like a mix of, you've got your old furniture, your lack of cleanliness, but then you have like the big game systems and stuff. So it's like, this had to be before he was, big streamer making big money, right? So the fact that they had consoles, modern consoles in the house and all this nasty stuff, there's some level of poverty that was a little bit higher than what I was raised on, just that disparity alone. And then all of the food. Like, there's no way. Did I go do fast food when I was younger? Yeah, I did. But we'd have to, like, that wasn't something you could do regularly, even back in the day when fast food was cheap, because it was always cheaper to make food, especially if you knew how to make poverty food. We would make vegetable soups and cheap carbs and like boxed, dried, instant stuff that came at like pennies to what you would spend on fast food, and especially sodas. Big sodas back in the day, I think they've actually made sodas cheaper now on the inflation scale, but back in the day, big sodas paying like $2 for sugar water for something that's like a 2-cent pour, and something that would definitely be cheaper to do a bulk buy at a grocery store to get cans or 2 liters or something like that. To see all of this fast food, this looks rich, or like rich poverty level to me. I would go to a kid's house like this and be like, oh, your parents probably do make some pretty good money. Not good enough money to change their station in life. They're not like buying new furniture or moving into a newer house, but definitely to have just like frill stuff, paying for big sodas, paying for game consoles lying on the floor, like all that kind of stuff is like a little bit higher level than what I grew up with. So you might see this and go, oh, it looks like nasty and trashy. But me, I'd look at this and go, I'd probably go to this kid's house and feel like I've stepped up one step up and be like, hey, can your parents take me to McDonald's too? Can I order the extra large soda? That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Old food trash is the worst, like old liquids and fast food cups. Yeah, I would never come back to one of these, right? Like, even back in the day when I was living poorest of the poor, I don't think I would go, oh hey, yeah, this one was Pepsi, this was like just 2 days ago is fine, and drink it. Not least of which because most of these would usually have ice in them, right? And then the ice would melt, and then your soda would be diluted, the carbonation would be gone. That's just sad. This is a sad thing. Yeah. He wasn't in poverty then, though. Oh, this isn't poverty? Oh, okay. Interesting. He says he just is a penny pincher. He hates spending money he doesn't have to. I mean, I get these that way now. This is like 14 years ago, right? So were they like middle class? What quality of life was he living back then? Back before he was big streamer. Dude lives like a hoarder. Yeah, I see that. We should watch the Tectone Emery tour of Asmund House for Sketchy. Do you want to watch that one or this one? This one's only 3 minutes. I guess we could do both. It's infinitely worse than anything you see here. He cooks steak and a potato for dinner every night, then the fast food. Okay. His parents were middle class. His mom was a genuine hoarder. Okay. So what we're seeing here is probably more, he's learned this behavior, but he learned it from somebody with maybe some mental issues. If his mom was living middle class life, but living like this, because this looks like my lived experience minus the expensive stuff around. Like you wouldn't see expensive extra large cups of soda, but this was like the quality of life that I lived in most of my upbringing. But we were the lowest class. His family was poor growing up. Okay, now you're contradicting each other. But I think this was after he blew up, so he had some money, not as much as today. Okay. He's a guy with authority problems. I don't know what authority problems means. He says he grew up poor, but hearing what his parents would do, I don't know. I can say he's poor. I mean, there's poor and poor. If you've ever lived out of a car, then you know poor. If you've ever had to share a room with more than one family member who wasn't, or not even a sibling, but like a parent, because there wasn't enough rooms in the place you were in, then you know real poor. If you've ever had real poverty food, like instead of cookies, you have homemade frosting that you add powdered sugar and part of butter to those like dry packages, and then you mix that in like a little cup, and then you stick those between saltine crackers, and that counts as a cookie. Then you know poor. That's real poor. So this incel guy is now a successful streamer. I think he's one of the biggest streamers in all of streaming right now, right? Is that the case? If you're to rank like top 20 streamers, is Asmund in the top 20? This is Asmongold, not the guy stalking the girl. Yeah, we're not still doing that incel, dude. This is Asmongold. Yeah. He grew up on McDonald's constantly. Yeah, there's no way we could have afforded that. He'd get it nearly every day. McDonald's was a lot cheaper. It's true. It was a lot cheaper, but not the sodas. Not these big sodas. He's in the top 20, maybe the top 10. Oh, okay. Cool.
Taco Bell, shoes. That thing I found in the street. That's my bed.
No bed frame.
Wendy's, just, yeah. I don't even remember when I had that. Here's my desk.
Nice. Nice.
My character, fucking awesome. This is Drake. And I've got up here.
So many drinks.
Whataburger numbers. Some fucking Mountain Dew. More McDonald's drinks. I probably have 30 McDonald's drinks here. And see, first it started on my desk, right? And then put a couple of them behind my monitor. Ran out of room. Started putting them down here. And this is the one from today. That was good. And then I have some from over here. This is actually where I've been putting them recently. That I don't even know why I put that. I've got some on top of my computer there. And let's see what we actually have in here.
This has got to just be fun, like scratch an itch in his brain.
Got magic cards too.
To leave the drinks around. Because you could just toss one in the trash. You can grab any of them and toss them in the trash. So this is a feeling. This feels a certain way to him.
Get a better look at that. That's molded over Coke.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's more molded over Coke.
So he is growing mold.
One of my favorites here. I don't even know how long this has been here.
See, he likes looking at the mold and stuff.
Just disgusting.
It's interesting to him.
We have. Well, that one's only starting to mold, so got a little bit longer on that one before I really, kind of feel bad about leaving it in here.
Like he says, feel bad, but he won't clean it.
I don't know if I have to clean it anymore because I still have, probably put like 5 or 6 of them there. character. Asmongold. There's Chiefs. I had Chiefs. It was one time. No, another time right there. Chiefs. Actually, you know, the desk isn't even really that bad. I thought it was worse. Fuck.
Why does he just randomly cuss?
Movies.
What's that? Fuck. Is he like tripping over things
So,
or?
Get a good look at it. There we go. That is the fuck.
What the fucking size drinks are those? Expensive is what they are. They're like pints. I know. Yeah, that's it's like $2 or $3 drinks even back then, even 14 years ago. There's no way I would have been able to afford all that stuff. He'd be able to buy those and sip on them all day. Okay. I don't think I'd want to imagine the smell. Honestly, it probably just smells like I don't even think it would smell like the soda. Soda doesn't really off gas very much. It'd probably smell like the paper bags, a little bit of burger scent, and mostly just a lot of him. Rooms like this, especially if they're not properly ventilated, end up smelling a lot like a person's pheromones, I've found. I used to have a lot of friends that were also in poverty level living because that's what I kind of felt comfortable with. And if you don't have somebody actively cleaning the room, scrubbing the walls, vacuuming the carpet, parents can't be bothered because they're working stiffs all the time, and so they just don't have time to like do housekeeping. You certainly can't afford anybody to do it for you. Rooms end up just smelling like the person's scents, right? And some people's pheromones actually smell, you know, warm and soft and just kind of sweet, whereas some people's rooms smell like shit. So that'd be on a person to person basis, I would imagine. I shouldn't be watching this while eating. Probably not, honestly. Crazy thing is, Asmon is worse as nothing compared to a house I've been in. Yeah, this isn't the worst to me. Literal Resident Evil level of houses. Damn. Okay, he's just hurt himself. The Baker family house is cleaner than this. I was involved in an intervention. Oh, interesting. This is a bungalow. It probably is so warm up there. Yeah. Their house isn't in a good neighborhood. I see. They were nearly blind and hadn't cleaned in 20 years. Their fridge broke and they just left it shut. Oh no. There was rat carcasses you're stepping on, hearing the crunch with each step. Dude. How'd you get, like, how did you know who this person was? How'd that intervention happen? Anything you touched was covered in mold. Oof, oof. I would just go in with gloves, baggies over my shoes, full hazmat if I had it. There's a video where he cooks a steak in his gross kitchen. I think we're watching that next. It's pretty funny, so gross, it must smell. Flat rats, flat cats. Animal hoarders are the worst. Honestly, that's the worst. I don't care what you do to yourself as a human being. You've made the choice. You know, he likes leaving, this guy likes leaving cups everywhere. It's not a huge thing. Like, is he going to get sick from the mold growing from the cups? Maybe. It's his choice. But anybody who hoards animals, you're doing this to innocent lives. They don't have that choice. You're hoarding them. You're probably not leaving them their freedom to do what they want to do or be where they want to be. You're probably keeping them in the house. I can't abide by that. Can't abide by that. Yeah. Mary, who raided us earlier, she escaped from a house where she thought she had a friend who was going to help her out with next stages in her life, and found out that that lady was just like hoarding animals insanely and was still trying to get like more and more, well past capacity. The animals were getting sick from each other and passing fleas and other, you know, diseases and stuff, not seeing to any of their care, not doing proper due diligence, and they're just all festering and hurting in that one place, and they're not, you know, free to go. That makes me really, really mad. Almost as bad as food hoarders. I would say animal hoarders are the worst. Yeah. We have to establish a good relationship to get her to agree to go to an assisted care facility so the state could condemn the house. Condemn. Damn. We had to do work with no protective gear, no respirators. What? Why? touching all this shit with our bare hands. Why? I volunteered to go in because I've done stuff like it before and know I got a very high tolerance for mold and gross shit, but this pushed us all to our absolute limit. I would just go to the dollar store and get some, you know, cheap disposable things, just whatever, anything to go in. Don't go in there with just your exposed flesh. Gross. Both the tour of the house and the steak vid are linked. Okay, cool. Let's finish this one up.
Fucking battle station right there.
Remember when everybody called their computers battle stations? All right.
I steal those numbers, right? Then I order my food and they give me a number, then I switch numbers and I complain that they didn't give me my food. So I'm fucking awesome like that.
Wow. This is his villain arc.
It's the end of the movie.
Okay. Lovely. All right. Do we watch the tour or the steak first? Because if we had any gear, she would have freaked. Oh. And the state sadly deemed she was still fit to care for herself. Yikes. We had to get her to voluntarily go. Oof. I don't. If you can get somebody to voluntarily go, I have some work for you to do here. I still call my PC a battle station. Rocking it old school. Which do you want, Sketchy? Sketchy, do you want to see the steak or do you want to see the house tour? Same guy, but more recently. It was a person in the neighborhood that people have been trying to help her for decades. Oh, that's very nice. It worked though, took a couple months and she decided to go. Well, nice. Sketchy says, before I pick, should I wait by the bog in case what I'm about to see makes my insides become my outsides? Maybe we should do this. Oh, I don't know. I don't know which one's going to be worse. Because if he's cooking, maybe it's going to be gross to see him deal with food. But maybe the rest of the house is grosser. I don't know which is going to be worse. She passed out one day and couldn't get up. We went to find her bird dead and dog on the verge of death. Aww. She was severely dehydrated herself. Jeez. The steak? Okay. Alright. That was when she decided to actually trust us and move, but only if we were involved in the whole thing. Wow. The house has since been completely torn down and some new stuff is being built. Well, I'm glad she finally agreed to get help. That's wild. Well, thanks for your part in that. It's very awesome. You get extra cool points with me. Okay. This video is titled, How I Cook My $2 Steak. I'm already... I don't eat red meat, so I don't know how much a steak normally costs, but I imagine he put $2 in the video description for a reason. When they dug out the walls, even the core structure was riddled with mold and termites. Yikes. Oh, poor lady. Good steaks are like at least $8 to $14 for two. Okay, so talking in the $4 to $7 range per steak. He's going to do a $2 steak, so cutting the price by half at the low end. Okay, maybe I don't eat steaks. Oh, okay. Well, then neither of us are the experts on this. All right, let's go.
What's up, boys? So I've wanted to do this for a while. A lot of people have asked for it, and we're finally going to do it. Today, I'm going to show you all how I cook a steak. I know how to cook one meal, a steak. And today, you're going to learn how to do the same thing. Now,
you know, I'll say this. The walls behind him are actually pretty nice. They don't look necessarily that clean. The door looks like it has maybe some trauma to it. But he's got, can I do like oh, when I do that, everything goes darker. But on the left of him, there's like a spice cabinet with some teas and stuff. He's got like little racks. Like there's some base organization. This might have been stuff his mom left in a certain way though, too. On the right, he's got, you know, an old kitchen sort of setup with the hood and everything. It's kind of like the mustard yellow and all that, so it looks older and dingy, but it could just be that's, you know, the color of everything from back in the day. I hate yellows and browns. I just hate earth tones. So for me, this feels cringe, because to me, these colors, these warm colors, like in a kitchen, these are the signs of poverty. Everybody's rich house I ever went to, they either had like neutral tones or they had accent colors like deep burgundy or like sea green or something like that. It was always something avant-garde or just completely devoid of color. Monochrome or monotone or whatever. Monochromatic. But this like browns and burnt warm colors, this always speaks poverty to me, and so I dislike these colors because it reminds me of bad poverty. But this, I mean, this looks, the stovetop behind him looks clean and reflective. Maybe he just cleaned recently, but the fact that he just cleaned for a video, I mean, that says something. The fridge looks a little more modern. I'm not so upset with this area so far. If prepared right, even some of the worst cuts of meat can actually be pretty good. He lied. He knows how to make pizza, as in like cook a frozen pizza. His mom was still alive here. Oh, okay. When it comes to meat, you get what you pay for. $2 is a cheap steak. Okay. This house hasn't been updated since the 70s or 80s. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know that feeling. This one that we're in is 70, 79. So, yeah.
I would say that steak is the most important meal of the day. Usually whenever I get up around 2 to 3 p.m., I start the day off. I eat 1 to 4 cookies, maybe some gummy Lifesavers, maybe go down to, I don't know, McDonald's to get some food. And then towards the end of the night, and this is about where we're at now, it's about, looks like a little past 1 a.m. And so this is prime steak time. And I'd like to show you guys how I actually do it. Now, I don't like to get the good steaks. Now, the reason for that is not because I don't like the good steaks. It's because I don't want to like the good steaks. The fact is that I've been using these steaks. I've been getting these steaks now for, I don't know, probably fucking 10 years. And my mom always made them for me. And these are these steaks right here. You guys can see I've got them in a bag. And this whole bag, it had 4 steaks in it, and it was, how much money was it? This thing's all fucked up. What does it say? Oh my god, what a piece of shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to open this, which is alright, because, you know, we're gonna have to need to do that for the steaks. So, I'll show you guys how much my steaks are. Yeah.
So this is only a year ago, in October of, oh no, this isn't a year ago. That's weird. It says a year ago when I mouse over it. This is almost 2 years ago, October of 2022. So this isn't an old video. It looks sort of old quality, like the graininess of the camera and everything, and the lighting and sound, but it's just, he doesn't do production value. So he's gotten big pretty much exclusively on his personality alone. That's something to be said for that. Yeah. I love exposed hardwood framing, windows and floors and such. Such a nice, like a nice dark walnut or something. I love Victorian style with houses though. Give me the warm, cozy cottage vibes. I like Victorian style. I just don't like warm colors. I would desaturate everything and put accents in, and like a rich, deep jewel tone wall or something like that. But I'm not big on warm is the one thing I don't do, and brown is my least favorite color. So I really don't like natural woods. I'd rather have them stained out of their earth tones, like give them some sort of a stain that removes the brown part entirely, or paint them. It's just how I am. I just don't like the color of wood. It's also worth noting his steaks are the thinnest pieces of shit out there. Oh, okay. Thin, I suppose, would... I don't know. Since I don't eat steak, does thin make them less juicy? They'd be tougher? I like the ashy, aged looking woods, cool and neutral tones. Yeah, I'm definitely more for cool and neutral versus warm tones.
And this is a meal I usually make for myself multiple times a week. $7.
You have psychology background. So I didn't study psychology as a major. I took psychology classes at university, and I've done a pretty significant amount of psychological study just on my own. I know a lot. I have a lot of friends who are neurodivergent in one fashion or another, and I've had some traumatic experiences where I've been paired up through various relationships in with a narcissist. So I unfortunately know as a victim of narcissism very well, but I don't have a degree in psychology per se. I'm fascinated with the human mind, and so I've done a significant amount of personal research and study. And by that, I don't mean like I read a lot of BuzzFeed articles that talk about psychology or like, whoa, what happened to my camera? It just decided to stop focusing on me entirely. Come back, camera. There it goes. Yeah, I mean, I like actually reading scientific studies and Psychology Today and psychology.org. I'm a nerd. What can I say? Yeah. Gamey and a bit flavorless, I suppose, would be the short version. Okay. Thin means tougher, less flavor, tends to char or even curl. And they're 4 steaks for $7. The total weight's probably like 10 to 16 ounces. They're straight up paper thin. Could combine them all into one decent sized steak. About £1.34 a steak. You could go on and fulfill your passion. I'm doing PhD in psychology, by the way. Oh, cool. What focus are you in? Abnormal, or where are you trying to go with this? I mean, you're at PhD level, so you've probably sorted out exactly what subfield you're interested in, right? Me personally, as far as my passion, my big passion is actually literally what I'm doing right now. It's entertainment and content creation. So what I'm trying for in the next upcoming years is to make sustainable amounts of money to raise a family, doing live streaming, VODs, music, art, writing, all of that sort of thing. Multi-hyphenate, but all in the entertainment and content creation side of things. That's my real passion. I'd reckon the steaks we had back in primary school are better quality than the shite he's feeding himself. You got them at Walmart? Oh, okay. The steaks wouldn't be good for much aside from fajitas, and even then after a heavy marinade. Okay. Calling it a steak is probably wrong. Potentially it's like fajita meat. Yikes. These steaks were paper thin and basically turned into powder as soon as it touched your tongue. Ugh. Why powdery? Clinical, but I don't like clinical practice. I like clinical research. Okay. Do you think you'd move on to try to become a researcher? Is that something you can go into upon receiving PhD, or is that like a 10-year, you need to prove yourself in clinical first to get into? The topic is the effect of intense gaming on ADHD symptoms. Interesting. Likos in my other chat is also a researcher on gaming. Neat stuff. It's really cool, actually. I'm sure there's something to be found there. Or at least I believe so. Calling, wait, we already read that. Many people have tried his steak and say it's actually surprisingly way better than it has any right to be. I mean, poor people know how to make food taste good. I'll give it that. My mom did amazing things with like a very low budget growing up. In terms of using gaming to improve ADHD symptoms. Oh, interesting. Now, would that be like existing games and their effects on how they might mitigate ADHD symptoms? Or are you talking about like the creation of new games, the study of gamification of different skills, foci, and things that aren't necessarily prevalent in games, but trying to make a game that would assist. It would be therapeutic to ADHD symptoms. It's good stuff. So many people have cooked his steak. He always gets upset because they do extra stuff. Oh, it seems silly. If you're going to do his steak, you got to do it his way, right? I'll be the judge of that if I ever try one of these steaks. We're going to have to do a road trip. Go find him and ask him to make us steaks. Liko says, Ali, I did some basic school research papers on using VR games to implement novel takes on CBT intervention and situational training in those with ASD. Very cool. Look at that. I love this community. You guys are my folks. Definitely my tribe. Make ADHD people play Cuphead. Oh, cool. Damn. Cuphead's a great game. I played the crap out of that. I still haven't beaten it. At some point, I fell out and meant to get back to it, just never did. But I got really far. It's one of those games that it's so frustrating. You think you'll never beat a certain stage, and then you just suddenly do. You could be playing the same boss like 20 times in a row, and then number 21 time, something just like clicks. You just no-mind your way through it, and then you get it. I don't know what it is about that game, but somehow you overcome the odds, and nothing's changed except you, which I love. I love that, and that's a really well-developed game. Liko says that was the path I wanted to go before getting into counter extremism. Interesting. Oh, cool. I appreciate both of those paths. I like where you're going now, though, too. Sketchy says, as someone with ASD, VR is very helpful. Ah, I'm learning new stuff. How cool. Likos Ali says, you're a great man. Great man. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Press the wrong button. What did I press to do this? There we go. Okay, let's continue on with this steak.
So it's $7 for 4 steaks here. And I get these, as I said, all the time. They're delicious. I have no complaints. I have no problems. I like to keep things simple. I like to keep things cheap. So next thing is you're going to need you're going to need a pan. The thing is that I have about 20 pans in my house. 19 of them are dirty. Well, actually 20 of them are dirty. I'm about to have to clean number 19 or number 20 here. And I really just clean and use the same pan over and over. I don't think you're going to want to see this, but basically I had this problem with my sink, and basically the sink wouldn't drain. The sink was like black of like water, and that was a fucking problem for like 2 months. And so I got a liquid plumber and I fixed that, and so now it's not a problem, but it was. And but anyway, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and clean this. So you see,
there's so much filler.
There's these little flies. I don't know why they're here. It's just fucking bullshit. And so the first thing
is this all just like a one cut? There's no editor. Nobody's cutting out the fluff, and he's just talking off the top of his head. And I mean, this one video has 2.2 million views. So him talking off the cuff, absolutely no edits whatsoever. He's a genius. He doesn't have to pay for so many things. No lighting, no like. You look at somebody like Harris Heller, if anybody knows who that is, and he spends gobs of money on these beautiful, like huge lights, like the size of 2 human beings spooning, floating over his head, crazy microphones, amazing, immaculate, highest end cameras and everything. And he looks beautiful, and then he's got all of his team that he pays to do the back end edits and all of that kind of stuff, and he has, you know, wonderful like jump cuts and zoom effects and all that. This guy's got a stationary camera, the overhead light from the kitchen itself that he's in shadow right now. He talks off the top of his head. He gets stuck and stammers a little bit. He leaves all of that in the video. He's using the onboard microphone for the camera that he's recording with, probably because it sounds really canned and tinny when he talks. And it's 2.2 million views. He's just making the thing he makes every single day for dinner. And he's got 2.2 million views. Shouldn't I be able to reach half of this success? One might think. In time. I don't know how to do the marketing thing to get between where I am with the algorithm and where he is with the algorithm. That's the big thing. But if we work on that, I don't see why we shouldn't be able to expand to this level. I got to the second island. It was fun, though. Wait, second island of... What are we talking about? This dude looks like a cross between Penguin Zero and Asmongold. This guy is Asmongold, so you guessed pretty well. But yeah, the Penguins guy, I don't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about. He's got that same long hair too, right? And likes to wear t-shirts. It's a thing. Maybe I should grow my hair out and wear a t-shirt. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to be me. I'm going to be me on stream. Yep, no cut. Insert Monty Python get on with it gag here. Yeah, seriously. He has people edit his actual stream videos, not these personal ones. Oh, okay. One of my interviews was with the Nebraska Medical Center as part of a VR simulation and training group making simulators for doctors to practice procedures, prototyping out new procedures, and making teaching material for med school students to digitally dissect aspects of the body through various interfaces, from mobile apps to AR, polarized 3D drawing screens, and full VR. That's amazing. How cool is that? I think there's so much potential in one, just how much better we could do with med tech, because it's still catching up. There's so much out there that we already know how to do with technology. We just haven't found the right implementation and safety protocols to get it into medical. And two, I think with those kind of like, especially new procedures and training and getting that stuff out there, really preventing brain drain in areas. Brain drain is the situation in which somebody might train up to be something that's very important, a doctor, neurosurgeon, GI surgeon, something high level that requires years of training, expertise, and they get paid bank, right? And they're living in some maybe podunk area. Well, in order to get the rest of their training, they have to leave to get their education, to get to a hospital that's going to pay them enough and give them the right tools to do their job. They're probably going to have to stay in some bigger city. So smaller areas, more rural areas, places off the beaten path in many countries, it gets harder and harder the further out you go to get that high level medical care, unless they can transport you. And the farther the transport, the more dangerous it is for somebody in critical condition, right? So, oh, we didn't say goodbye to Instagram and they cut. Damn, that was only like 20 minutes ago and I just realized it. One of these days I will really have like an automated thing so this stops happening to me. Damn it. But with this, the potential to create more coverage for highly trained medical professionals, I think really stands to shine in the near future. I hope that's one of the biggest things that we mitigate. Charlie, right? That's who Penguin's name. This guy's name is Zach, right? Asmongold. The people I talked to at the med center said they'll see if they can get a position made for me. Made for you? You must have really wowed them. It was hella promising, but that's also going to be more at the speed of government red tape. It's true, but even at low speeds, the work done could be very critical. I mean, it sounds like you've got some good potentials there. Asmongold is Zach. Gotcha. Oh, the second island of Cuphead. I got to, I think, who would have been the last boss. It was just hard, and I knew the time commitment I needed to try to learn how to beat it. And at that time in my life, it just wasn't happening. And at this time in my life, it's certainly not happening. Yeah. Nebraska Medical Center is a medical research hospital under the University of Nebraska school system, one of the largest in the world, and one that even the WHO and major medical bodies defer to for research. That's amazing. So red tape takes for fucking ever. Yeah. I mean, when you're responsible for informing so many other large bodies, especially the WHO, you have to take things cautiously. I get that. And there's probably a lot of legality involved and a lot of politicking, so it sucks. Okay, let's go on.
Thing you do, like obviously I hate washing dishes. I only use paper plates and plastic utensils. I think that sometimes I have to use a real fork and knife for this. There is no silverware that is clean in the house. That was not that I don't really do that. And there's a lot of dirty silverware. And then every 2 months or so, I have this like kind of I'm trying to think of like what to put it. It's like a midlife crisis, but it's like a mid-month crisis because it happens all the time. And basically, what I do is I clean up like 3 things in the house, and maybe I don't drink soda for like 5 hours. And
5 hours.
I think to myself, like, I'm going to turn my life around. And I feel such an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment. I figure that, you know what, I've earned myself a little bit of a break. I crack open another cold one and, throw the garbage back on the floor. And so that's generally how things go.
He sounds a little bit full of himself. I've heard that that's the case with a lot of big streamers, is there's a propensity towards personality disorders, especially narcissism. For somebody to say, like, I did a little bit of accomplishing in my life and I just felt like I needed to reward myself immediately afterwards, seems to speak something of that nature. I think there might be something to that. Just kind of like a hamming idea. Like, I'm a big ham. I love getting attention and love. And when I love on myself, I almost can't stop just going straight to the reward part. Like, hey, I just did a little bit of cleaning. I deserve big treats for that. It seems like that's been the case in corporate America for some time. It almost astounds me that the streaming world or the content creation world would also allow the same type of person to flourish. The person who's big on self-love and does it at almost, no cost is too great. It's not so much narcissism, but just he's used to it being the way he wants it and likes it, and he doesn't like being told what or how to do things. Yeah, maybe that's not it. You're right. That might not be the right diagnosis per se.
The handle of the pan, it's like falling off. You can screw it
That's
back
all right.
in, and
It's
I
a
tried
lot
to screw
of
it back in with a kitchen knife. But I need a screwdriver, but it's been like a pain in the ass for like the past 6 months. And it's just been fucking annoying. The screwdriver's out in the garage. And anyway, so number one...
I mean, he probably spends most of his time streaming.
Also, we have to have, as with any good steak, what do you eat with the steak? Great question. You eat a potato.
Sure.
Now, as I said, I only make this meal. I do this all the time. You have 1 potato. Now, okay, give me a minute. This is real.
He streams 8 to 10 hours. Honestly, I could see that working out in a future for this brand as well. Once both girls are full-time in school, there's basically going to be a surfeit of time in the morning hours that could be used for something. And if I successfully transition off of day job to content creator, and we're still able to pay the basic bills, I'm not afraid of us getting kicked out on the street. why wouldn't I use especially that time? I can't spend that time engaging with my family when they're in class. So that seems like a reasonable time for me to do streaming. I don't think this guy's a dad, but I could see an 8-hour shift working out pretty well. 4,703 students and 6,419 researchers currently at the Med Center, 970 million annual operating budget, and 4.5 billion a year in research grants. Yeah, that's a force to be reckoned with. Med Center is huge, I imagine. I don't know about now, haven't watched him in almost a year or two. Okay. Does he have the potato as is? We're going to find out. Just hang on. We'll find out what happens to the potato. The campus itself is like a full mile long and a few blocks wide. Nice. Must be kind of a burden to get around unless they have like shuttles and stuff.
Really annoying. Now I've got to clean a fucking fork too. All the forks are dirty because I was eating steaks with them. I tried doing it with a plastic fork, and the plastic fork melted. Melted onto the pan, and so that was really kind of unfortunate. And so we don't use plastic forks to make steaks anymore. This is some fork my mom ordered. It was some overpriced thing on eBay. I think this like whole set was like $100. So we're gonna get our money's worth out of it.
$100 fork? Yeah, they are middle class then.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the potato.
If she can order a $100 fork.
This is how I cook a potato. Is I take the fork and I stab the shit out of the potato. This is what my mom told me to do because she didn't want to have to fucking put it in the oven. And I stabbed the fuck out of the potato, and I put the bitch in the microwave.
Okay, sure.
I thought it was going to be bad too, but it wasn't. I put this bitch in for 8.5 minutes. So you need butter. You want to put butter on the pan. I don't even know why you do that.
Buttered
just
steak?
see other people doing it. I really have no idea. It doesn't matter.
Is that a thing? I don't, as somebody who doesn't eat red meat, I don't know. I mean, when I cook fish, there's always usually have some sort of lubricant if it's going to be pan, usually oil. But is that a common tactic? Put some butter in a pan for a steak, or is that a weird thing? I just want to know, is he doing things that people look at and go, yeah, okay, that makes sense, or is that weird to people? Also, I don't really cook potatoes very often, so is microwave weird? Does it desiccate things? Is that messed up, or is this perfectly normal behavior to put it into a microwave? That's a waste. There's a lot you can do with spuds. Mash it, dice it, boil it. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. He's very simple and very cheap. Yeah, I could see that. On brand for him. He makes the money and lets his mom buy whatever. Oh. So maybe they were more poor beforehand, but then he turned into a big streamer and he wanted to like dote on his mom. That's kind of sweet in its own way. If you peel it, keep the potato peeled, you can actually do a decent bit with the peel. Oh, keep the peel. Interesting. What all would you do with just the peel? Butter is regularly used to prep the pan. Okay, so nothing too weird yet, except the quality of the steak, right? Usually want a little bit of fat in some kind of a pan, so oil or butter. Southern thing largely to specifically use butter, but it's really good tasting. Okay, cool. Pig fat would be ideal, but oil also works. Interesting. Microwaving a potato is a bit odd because it could explode. Isn't that why he stabs the ever-loving crap out of it? He just goes like horror movie on that potato. Potatoes actually cook super good in the microwave if you leave some holes. Gotcha. Okay. Some people way overdo the butter, but it's a thing. There are also varieties like shrimp scampi, which are also super buttery, but within your purview. Yeah, okay. Get some good vending or it explodes.
Yeah, well anyway, let's go ahead. I'll just put it over here. And I'll just put the butter. I mean, you guys can fucking believe that I put the butter on the pan, right? Like, I don't have to fucking bring you guys over here. You can believe that? Alright, good. So anyway, you put the butter on the pan, and you turn the pan on. And so, usually leave it on for like maybe a couple like 30 seconds, a minute or so, and then we're gonna go ahead and get back into the steak situation. So,
It's got a well-stocked
I have
fridge.
3 things that I put
That's
on my
good.
steaks. Let's go ahead and talk about them.
Can't all just be steaks and fast food.
This is Worcestershire sauce. The reason why I do this is because my dad does this. They were
this is
out
a
of
flip.
The Kraft Worcestershire sauce, which is like literally like way cheaper. So I had to buy this shit.
Why do
It's all
people flip their camera so much? Why do we need to see his entire house flipped? Is there a reason? Does it make it harder to like dox people if you're staring at a reversed house? I'm just curious why. I've seen a lot of people with reversed flipped footage for some reason.
the same. Who gives a fuck? And so also, this is steak seasoning. Salt Lick is a place here in Austin. I went there one time for.
Okay, so he's in Austin, Texas. Well, that explains some of the more southern attributes to the cooking. Yeah. Turn the pan on. How the fuck do you turn the pan on? It's just, he's talking off the cuff. He's not going with a script. A lot of it is expired. Oh, the food inside the fridge. Oh, whoops.
For some fucking thing, and it was pretty good. So I decided to get the steak seasoning. Steak seasoning's pretty good, and also we get lemon pepper. And so those three things, those are
Okay.
that's the steak ingredients. So now, as you can see,
Reasonable.
I was gonna say, as you can see, you can't see it because I'm too lazy. I don't want to put it over here. But yeah, there's like fucking butter in like the pan and shit, right? And so every time that I cook a steak, so like, you know how like women take pictures of like their food, you know, like you go on Instagram and it's like some girl, she's taking a picture of her food again. I'm a man, I don't do that, but I do take pictures of every single steak that I cook.
Okay.
I cook the exact same steak every single time, and I take a picture of it at the end. That way I remember how good it was.
I don't know if any of you are on Imager, but there's somebody that does that on Imager too. They have an account. It's called something like Just Porridge. And every single post they've ever posted on the account is a picture of their morning bowl of porridge. That's it. They're definitely different pictures, different days, different lighting, different seasons, different bowls, textures. But yeah. Whisper sweet nothings, stroke its handle. Yikes. Gonna chat up my pan, get it turned on. Go for it, Sketchy. Let us know how that works out. I have a feeling, though, if you're not careful, you're gonna become a pansexual.
So let's begin. We've got a steak right here. This is a good one. Oh yeah. So it's not a big one. This is a nice little small meal. I'm about 6'3" or so.
Good, Likos.
And,
I hope you do.
I don't know if we want to double.
You're
up
not
on
allowed out
steaks
yet.
today or not. This
20
is
more
definitely
minutes.
A smaller size steak. It's fine. If
No.
I'm hungry later on, I'll just eat another cookie.
We're all living here.
And so this is, we'll just go ahead and go with this steak right here. I stabbed the steak a little bit, get a little.
Is he doing the same thing to the steak he just did with the potato? Is that normal? I'm gonna wind up hot and bothered anyway, like the food. Daddy won't let me go home. No, we stay here until this is over. Okay, he's tenderizing the meat. Don't they have the thing for that? There's they've got those mallets with the look like teeth. It's like the whole thing's all bumpy with sharp bits, right? You're supposed to smash food with that. Do you do that? Would you do that on a steak? Is that normal? Or is that's kind of just what he's doing with a fork, with a $100 fork that his mom bought with his streaming money? But if you hammered that steak, it'd be like tissue paper. That's fair. Yeah, it would just come back in like shreds, right?
That way I get this shit in there on the steak. So I'm gonna go ahead and take you guys. I'm gonna move you a little bit over here. And so you gotta shake.
I like the
shake
majestic
this
horse
bitch up,
calendar.
right? And the reason you do that is because on the back of the bottle it says to do it. And so next thing, go ahead and open this up, and I'll show you guys what we're doing here.
Is that Jesus behind him, by the way?
So you guys messed me up.
Uh-oh. What did we do?
I gotta do these first. I think the seasoning's better. Now it's cooking, and now I'm getting stressed out.
Don't stress.
Fuck. Okay, all right. So I put this on the steak.
Okay.
There we go. All right, good. Oh my God, it's okay. All right. So then we get the lemon pepper, and this Izzy taught me how to make a steak, but I don't know if she'll like my own little things I put on. All right, so that.
Who's Izzy? Is that the girlfriend? Yeah, Jesus on the walls. Jesus.
Did I shake this one? I don't remember. Okay, so anyway, we'll put this on.
You shook it. You already shook it.
So then there you go. There's the steak. Oh wow, what a good steak.
Okay.
And so then after that, obviously you got to turn the bitch over. And so what you do there is you turn it. Oh shit. So you turn it. Fuck. Okay.
He just cusses a lot at almost nothing.
We're good. So I'm gonna keep this one down just for a minute. Now sometimes we're gonna go for. I usually put a little bit more of this right here.
Okay.
And we got. Oh, that's the wrong one. We're gonna get a little bit more on there.
Sure.
And
why not
I know
both sides?
Some people are gonna think that I only eat my steaks medium. Sorry, not medium rare. I get steaks medium to medium well at restaurants, but at home I only cook steaks well done. The reason for that is because
isn't well done bad?
I'm paranoid. I don't want to eat something that's bad. Oh man, that's a good ass fucking steak, man. And so anyway, you get it in a pan, you get all those sauces on it, and you just really have yourself a good time. I'll have to take a picture of this one after the video. And so anyway, let me put
You're walking
this
away
back
from
on
it.
And talk a little bit more about some of the things that I do. How are we doing?
Burn your
we're
steak.
Doing good. And so anyway,
Oh, his old girlfriend. Okay. Pink sparkles? Are there pink sparkles around the Jesus? He's like me, swears a lot. Oz swears like a sailor, even when she's off stream. With those steaks, probably not. Well done is bad. Well done is like chewing leather. Ooh. Well done steak, this fella can fuck right off. She was an OnlyFans girl? Oh, okay. Like when they met? Or, well, I mean, what's my question? That's not how they met, is it? He didn't subscribe to her and she's like, oh, hey, it's Asmongold. Those things are sliced like deli meat. Those are non-steaks. Thick cut deli meat, pretty much.
So basically I take the steak and I just put it back on the pan up and down. I gotta shit. Okay, so I'll probably have to like, it's probably too hot. Just a minute. It's happens sometimes. Oh wow, what a steak! And so
is this not a character? I feel like he's augmenting, like he's not acting, but he's playing himself up. Does that seem right? It feels like that. I don't know who he really is.
Now I only make steaks.
But this feels somewhat like a caricature of himself.
The only thing I have in the refrigerator is cake. I get cakes at the grocery store, and I eat.
Has anybody ever watched like old? There's this old sitcom called Taxi. I don't think I've ever watched a full episode of it, but I've seen clips of it online, of like just like funny old clips. He kind of strikes me as like Christopher Lloyd's character from that show. Just a little bit like dead, like a lot of lost in his own thoughts, kind of spacey. And I don't know who he really is, so I don't know why I get this feeling like he's caricaturizing himself. But it just sort of feels a little bit like that, like he's on camera, and so he's playing up a little bit for that. I don't know why I feel that way. This is him. This is just him. If you were to watch the streams, you'd see the played up part. Oh, okay. So he does play himself up, but not. This is very much just real him. He freezes them. Oh, hell, this guy needs some serious help. He's just very chill. He doesn't get worked up unless raid leading. Oh, of course. I mean, that's a raid. His raid streams are him playing it up if you really want to say it. Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. I guess I'm just skeptical. I'm a skeptical person all the time. So I'm always trying to figure out like, oh, why are you doing this? Or like, what's the angle? What's the marketing direction you're going? Like, why would you say that? Or why would you act this way? A rare steak might wind up getting you an odd look or two, but no one really gives a shit. Anything between medium rare and medium well is respectable. Well done is for the piss off the chef any % speed run. Gotcha. Well, he's his own chef, so I guess he's making himself what he wants. Toady! Hi and welcome. Do you want to watch Asmongold make a $2 steak with us? He's cooking basically a very thin steak to well done, putting lots of seasoning and steak sauce on it. Yeah, doing his thing. I'm not a steak eater, but yeah, well done is an abomination.
So the steak's pretty much fucking done at this point. The good thing about these steaks is that I get them and I cook them about the same time that the potato is getting microwaved. So this is a good quick meal. Now, usually I eat steaks about 6 times a week, with like one day being Chipotle. Actually, that's not true. Maybe 2 days being Chipotle. Some days that I do have Chipotle and a steak at the same time. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. So I'm a pretty tall guy. I'm like 140, 145. I'm getting a little fat, to be honest. I don't eat a lot of food. Basically, I'm not a big food eater. So this might not seem like a big meal to you, but to me, this is delicious and it's great.
Okay.
The reason why I like steaks so much is because of the fact that I just think that they taste really good. I'm actually really glad that they're easy to make, because if they weren't easy to make, I would never eat them. Until well, sometimes they'll take me out for like a business dinner, and
it's deep.
You order like a $200 steak and it's on the company card, so fuck them. But besides that, I mean, we're talking about $7 steak packs on a daily basis. Usually I go to the grocery store, I get steaks, I get potatoes, I get cookies. Oh yeah, there's these new Dr. Peppers that have like real sugar in them. They're pretty good, so I get those too. And that's
So I'm guessing absolutely zero fruit and vegetables. And this meal is just going to be just starch and protein. So he's got the steak, the potato, and he's going to polish it off with some cookies and soda. That's basically all he's going to do for this meal. He's how old? He's lived to what age? That's insane to me. Absolutely insane. I'd rather eat the leather off my boots than a well-done steak. I've never had steak, but well done seems dry. That's what everybody's saying, yeah. I don't eat steak, but I'm gonna hold you to that. I have a video. We're running out of time. If we do this in the house tour, that might be all we have time for before I gotta pass out. The fuck does real sugar mean? Okay, so in the US, almost all of our sugar has been taken over by the corn industry. Corn has some really big players. There's a lot of states that can grow corn. We can't grow sugar very well in the US. So we end up using, and by sugar, I mean sugar cane. We used to do a lot with sugar cane in the United States just because we had the trade and the plantations and all that to grow it and farm it and make things with a lot of like real sugar cane sugar. But then big corn took over. This was sort of a solution that came after we had a really bad farming blight called the Dust Bowl, where most of the heartland in the United States, the most agrarian areas where we had the best growing land, went dry. And we were trying to fix it with something. We decided that we were going to pump a bunch of money into corn, and we're going to continue all the way up to today to subsidize those people with massive money, both in tax cuts and in direct benefits to being a corn grower. So because we make corn such a staple thing, and we pump a lot of taxpayers' money into it, we want to use that corn in everything. So the number one place where we use corn more than anywhere else, more than actually eating corn as a product, is we distill it down to a high level of fructose corn syrup. And high fructose corn syrup is probably the number one reason why anytime you see somebody that looks like an American, they look like an American to you. If you go, oh yeah, that person, they're a Yank. They're totally from the US. There's something about the way the inflammation in their body sits and the way their fat deposits sit that a lot of folks outside of the US can look at somebody and go, yeah, that's a Yank, because we do so badly with how much high fructose corn syrup we pump into everything. So it's rare and actually better for us sugar addicted, horrible people in this country to try to find anything other than this corn syrup. And going back to sugarcane is seen as better than nothing. What we ought to really do is just like not be so addicted to sugar in the first place. But for many generations in this country, that's almost impossible. It's one of the reasons why I'm raising my kids on no sugar, so that we can try to break that cycle, at least for them. But Oz and I still struggle with sugar addiction. We try to keep away at least from high fructose corn syrup when and wherever we can. Yeah. So that's what he means. The Spud, probably the most veggies he eats. Right. Where Tectone and Emery make him try fruits for the first time in his life. Oh, we'll have to watch that another time. He's 32 now. He's lived a long, fruitful life for not having any veggies in his diet. The fruit video will have to be for another day. Yeah. Big Corn has gotten to the drinks. Oh, hell yeah, it's in our drinks too. Yeah, every single drink that's sweetened is most likely going to have high fructose corn syrup. Now, there are some alternatives these days, but yeah, for a long time that was the big leader. A friend of a friend spent a week in America, and when they got back, the first thing they wanted to do was eat. I don't blame them. They got a chippy, and during the meal, they mentioned how everything was sweet, even the bread. Oh yeah, sweet bread is a big deal over here. Everything's sweet. They put sweetener in things you wouldn't even imagine. Now look at Oz and myself trying to raise kids with no sugar. Imagine how awful it is for us when we go to the grocery store and we're like, oh well, we'll just get these dumplings or this sauce or this whatever, and like, in the ingredients list, you'll still find high fructose corn syrup. Maybe it's lower on the list, but it's like they sneak sweet into everything, into the savory foods, into healthy foods. You'd be like, what is it doing in this? This shouldn't have anything sweet. And it's just because America. Awful. It's not a conspiracy. You can just read labels here. You'll see it. You can compare labels from American variants to other countries and see the percentage differences in how sweet even sweet things are, and it's insane. It's so stupid. This whole country's diet is fucking garbage. Yeah, the house tour has Tectone and Emery tour. He makes them this steak and they try it. Okay, I understood what you were trying to say. They add sugar to the bread because it helps hold the shelf. Yeah. We do a lot of things for shelf life too. Anything with, we also hydrogenate oils here, which in a lot of countries it's banned. And in the US, we tried to get rid of it for the most part, but there's still some things that use that process. And that's just like, you're making the oil basically impossible to go rancid in foods. So any food that's cooked with oil, a lot of baked goods, everything from chips to cookies to breads, especially if they have to stay soft. You're going to put some sort of oil that can't rancidify, which basically just means it's not spoiling because we've made it almost impossible to digest or process. So if mold can't grow on it, guess what? We're probably going to fuck up our arteries with it too. Yeah. I don't like sweet. I like spicy or salty. Good man. Cancer loves sugar. That's true too. Read labels, but literacy hard. That's what America's banking on. Europeaners laugh at our food, but when we start World War III, you're going to wish you had the 200 years shelf life of our food. We'll unwrap a Twinkie after the nuclear fallout and laugh in your faces. Is that what you're trying to say? I worry about you guys sometimes. Honestly, like, yeah, Oz and I try our best not to eat anything like Americans, but all around us, especially in Georgia, damn, diets are shit here. And getting people to eat vegetables is like pulling teeth. You watch grown-ass adults that won't eat anything green, and you're like, I cannot imagine the medical bills that are coming your way. And that's the big problem is you can live to Asmongold's or much later life without getting proper nutrients in your diet. And maybe you even feel okay. It's at a certain point where it's like impossible to reverse the damage, and probably impossible to reverse your habits at that point. When you start to get into your 50s and beyond, where everything's going to pile up and there's nothing to be done and you've got nothing to blame but your younger self. That's scary. And I don't know why people don't know this. It should be common knowledge. It should just be common human knowledge. Take care of your body so that when you're older, as things start to fail in your systems, you've done the best that you could to build them. You do absolute shit to your body when you're young, then you better hope that you get offed by an accident before you get old, because you don't want to be old. The worst thing that happens to most people, and unfortunately this is most people's fate, is an accident doesn't happen to them. You live and live and live, and you think, God, my body is going to give out one of these days. I'm in so much chronic pain every day, I can't stand surviving. I think I'm going to die soon. And then you don't. You just live and live that way. I don't eat perfect, but I don't want that fate. I'm forced to eat like an American. I want to not do so, but until I get a job and can afford to buy my own food, I have to go with all the hyper-processed food my mom likes. I mean, you can always try to convince her over the course of time, but yeah, look for your own autonomy as soon as you can. I lost shopping privileges when I graduated without having a job locked down yet. Gotcha. Because we don't educate people. We don't educate people the right things, that's for sure. People figure, fuck it, you only live once. Yeah, it's the problem is what happens while you're living. I've tried for a decade. Oh, damn. Eating perfect is impossible, but the amount of sugars you guys get is far too much. Yeah, I'm not saying we should all live, you know, the absolute perfect diet.
That's another thing. I'm right as the mail.
I just sipped water, but I will gladly take your posture check and stretch. Thank you. Yeah, eating perfect is definitely not a requirement. Nobody has to live the absolute perfect life. But if you mitigate as many big problems as you can, you try to avoid all the things that are bad for you and try to maximize as many things that are good for you. It's everything that you do is going to be better than anything you don't. Yeah, especially with the sugars. That's the one thing every country besides the US seems to get. There are a couple places that have worse diabetes incidences than the US, but we're up there, especially for a highly developed country. It's pretty lame. The sugars, the salts, the fats. I wouldn't say we do have salt problems too, but I'd say the sugars are probably the number one. I don't think Americans have too much of a problem with fat so much. Sugars create a lot of the issues that look like they are issues with maybe having bad fats. Like you look at cholesterol issues in the human body, and you might say, oh, that's eating too much bad fat, but more likely than not, that's from eating too many carbohydrates, too much sugars. Not just sugar, but carbs, period. The overindulgence in the over proportioning of carbs per meal creates heightened triglycerides and cholesterol in Americans. It's not a fats issue. It's a carbs issue. Normally, if you ask a doctor, though, they'll just try to put you on statins. They won't tell you to lower your carbs because doctors have learned that people refuse to lower carbs in the US. They're so addicted. To be fair, for salt, only reason why the salt in the American diet is so bad is because Americans are chronically dehydrated. Probably. Consuming more water offsets the salt, and Americans just don't. Yeah, a lot of Americans don't drink water. Fats is really only bad fats we eat. We don't eat a lot of bad fats. Not unless you're really doing bad with your diet. Fats are incredibly healthy. Yeah. We hyper focus on only eating bad fats for some stupid reason. Again, it depends on how much like processed or bad food you take in. Sugar propaganda is why fats are associated with gaining weight. That is true. Yeah, 1960s, the national or the World Sugar Federation or whatever they were called spent a lot of money creating a lot of fabricated studies to try to prove that fat was really bad for the human body and was causing people to gain adipose tissue, which is not the same thing as dietary fat, right? I am dropping a YouTube video soon-ish, as soon as I can manage it, that will talk a little bit about a lot of this diet sort of stuff. It was an old live stream that I did with Chaos Arbitrium, and it'll dive into this. It'll be a VOD that will not be in the lives tab on YouTube. It'll be on the videos tab on YouTube, and it's edited for content. So
Chaos! You fucking shit!
That guy, you know, that works on this stream. You know, we all get together behind the scenes and share some of our files. But yeah, that'll be up soon, so you can reference that, and you can see some a bit of a deeper dive. And there are things that I've learned since then that I had learned wrong. I had gotten the wrong information or trusted the wrong sources, and so I put corrections in the video all over the place. I did massive amounts of research, put a bunch of studies in to course correct things that even come out of my own mouth. So it'll be a good stream. Yeah. Where did we leave off? Diets high in fat are actually incredibly effective at losing weight. Yeah, I go through a gallon of water a day easy. Nice. Can you define how long? Oh, a gay is nice. Wow. Remember when we were watching a video? Right, let's get back to that.
That's about all I get at the grocery store. Sometimes I get the, there's like this, let me see if I can show you guys. Do I have any?
We're not even going to get to the house tour this time. Maybe we'll start next stream with that.
This is also one of my special snacks. Basically, I have Best Buy April 2022. Okay. So we're gonna throw these away. Anyway, so yeah, these are
Pepperidge Farm hours. You're trying to figure out what a steak is. You don't know what a steak is? Just like a slab of cow meat. Basically, you butcher a section of cow and you place it on a cut of beef, if you want to say it that way. My favorite thing about the English language is how embarrassed people are about eating other mammals, that they have to hide it. In Mandarin, the word for beef is cow meat. It's niu rou, which just means cow meat, because you're eating part of a cow. You just call it part of a cow. Why not Americans? Why English have to hide all those words? Funny to me. It's not just English. A number of places in Europe are embarrassed about eating mammals. You don't call chicken anything different. You don't call duck anything different. Yeah. You okay there, Lycos? Having a bit of a... Do you need a bondulance?
like yogurt things, and it has like strawberry and blueberry, and it's frozen.
Oh, that's
I've
good.
never seen the movie.
He's never seen Frozen.
Anyway, let's go ahead and just put this back.
I didn't even need little girls to see Frozen.
So the
It's a
steak
good
is
movie.
pretty much done. So if you want to take a look, I'll show you the steak. This looks like a good ass fucking steak. So you take a look at this. Look at it. You can literally see it's like steaming. It's emanating power out from its
Power.
from its edges. So you have that's obviously a steak. This is going to be a delicious steak. I can't wait to eat this one. So I was watching an anime, and I saw it because I got Crunchyroll because I wanted to watch Fist of the North Star, and you know, I'm a big JoJo fan, and heard it was inspired by that. Oh fuck. So anyway, I had that, and
He's not a character. This is really him. He just seems so. This all just seems. I don't know. This is real. He's really this way all the time. It seems too good. This is not a steak. This is not a good steak. Yeah, that's probably fair. Having a moment. I remember how upset I got when I learned what veal was. Yeah. Whenever I eat out, I always see a steak or something on the menu at some spots, but it's always more expensive than the old reliable chicken parm. Yeah. It is kind of pricey, isn't it? Looks like roadkill on a stick. He's just really like this? Okay. How is he worse than me? Is he? I mean, he's a huge streamer. This video got 2.2 million views. There's a reason. Oh, wait. If you want to see, check out his Zach Rar stream. There's a reason he's so extremely popular. He's just naturally like this. I mean, yeah. I can see the charisma in its own, you know, its own vein, its own market segment to just be like this. I set the bar real low. That's a channel he just chills. Okay. Like, what does he do when he streams? He only streams on Zach now. He doesn't stream as Asmongold. He's not streamed on Asmongold now in like 2 years. Oh, well. So what does he do streaming as Zach Rar?
And so I saw this fucking anime. It was called My Stepmom's Daughter's My Ex. And I watched the first episode. I watched the first episode as a meme. And I'm on episode 7 now. Let's put this stuff away.
So there are cuts to this video, at least.
I try to put the stuff that I'm not using away. There's no real reason for that. It's just that it's a pain in the dick to use the microwave if there's something in the way. Yeah, that's.
I feel like last time I heard somebody say it's a real pain in the dick, it was like junior high. It doesn't seem like something people really say. He did carry over some of the Asmongold persona, but so dramatically more toned down now. Oh, he's getting more mature. Okay.
Basically about it. And so now I have paper plates right in front of me, and these are, let's see, these are the high quality. You know, people ask me like, what do you do now that your stream does well and you make money?
There you go.
Well, these paper plates is only like 30 of them, and it was like $5. So these are the hard, real. These are the steak paper plates. These are the paper plates I eat steak off.
And then he doesn't have to do the dishes afterwards, because obviously he doesn't like to clean.
Put the steak right there.
That's
on
smart.
The plate, and then
The potato.
let's put the fucking potato.
So how does he dress his potato?
Right here, also on the plate. And do I have a knife? Oh yeah, I need to get another knife.
I mean, he's a
I'm running out
southerner.
of battery on my phone because I didn't charge my phone, and my phone's also running out of memory. So this video is gonna have to be over kind of soon, because I also want to eat the steak. And so I'm gonna just cut this bitch open real quick, just so you guys can see what we're all about. And so you cut that potato open. That's a good fucking looking potato. Oh man, look at that. And so you see this right here. This is what we eat.
I'm newer to the South. How do Southerners usually dress a potato? If I had to guess, he probably said something he's not allowed to say. Oh, gotcha. I mean, he cusses a lot. His mom passed and he pulled back hard. Oh, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I did the opposite. When my mom passed, I felt like she spent so much of the last part of her life as a omni crafter. It was just like all over everything, like baked goods and art and handiwork and crocheting, like everything. And I was like, you know what? If I want to honor her, I want to go out and do my most creative stuff in life. And that really spurred me into the idea, the dream of pursuing content creation and trying to make it enough to raise a family on without putting the kids in danger of income. So it pushed me out more, didn't subdue me in. That's how I felt. His mom was also ultra conservative while his dad's fairly liberal. So I think it was partly his mom that was dragging him into some of the more extremist views. That can make sense. We do often end up like our parents, whether we like it or not. I may not know what a steak looks like, but I know what a leather strap looks like. It's some loincloth. It's a bit of loincloth. Since she passed, he's shifted back to fairly liberal. Okay. He was going really hard right when it was coming to the college protests and some other incidences. Oh, interesting. If you squint on this scene, he kind of looks like he has a monobrow. A little bit. His eyebrows go pretty wide, but monobrow's fine. I'm afraid of Omnicrafters. My mom was a force to be reckoned with, for sure. He's fairly liberal now, but he does have some conservative takes too. I mean, he's a Texan. It's not unheard of, I suppose. Hassan had a convo with him about the college stuff. Oh, interesting.
Pretty much every day. I've never gotten sick.
Straight up moderate now.
I've never had I've never gotten sick after eating a steak.
Texans are real. We've got one in chat.
After eating a steak.
I think she's still here.
I'm
Kit.
a simple man. I live a simple life. I like steak and fucking potato. And I don't care if it's a cheap steak, it's a good fucking steak. And it's good enough for me.
Nico and TG are in Texas.
Before I usually leave the kitchen area, this is the pan here. As you can see, it's dirty. So what we do is I just put water on it.
No, it's still hot. You're gonna warp
I do
it.
that because this makes it to where like it's easy to get the stuff off, and then I just leave it on the counter.
Maybe it's not still hot. He did have some cuts.
The next steak time, which will probably be tomorrow. So yeah, I wanted to share kind of what I'm doing and kind of how I make these steaks and everything.
Do you get kind of a Nicolas Cage vibe off of him a little bit? Like he's hinged, but not fully hinged. He's not unhinged. He's hinged. There's something. He's got an X factor. I definitely see why people just like continue to watch. I get it. I thought it was a myth like Santa or Florida. I wish Florida was a myth. Or Norwich. Feels like it's hella hypocritical to not like Hassan because of some of the stuff he says, but be fine with Asman when he says shit. Huh? I mean, they're both big personalities that are going to say a lot, but I think Hassan actually talks a lot more about politics. This guy doesn't seem to be a political sort of guy, right? Once you get into politics, you're going to piss people off at some point, I think. But also, Hassan is the sort of person that like reacts to people too, from what I know. I haven't watched a lot of his content, but in reaction to other people, I think you're gonna piss some people off. I generally don't really delve too much into politics at the time, which Hassan does at his stream. Hassan isn't fine with some of the things Asmund says. He just doesn't blast him. Oh, that's good. Asmund doesn't get into politics. He just commentates. Oh, okay. Is that the majority of what his streams on Twitch does? Is just sort of reacts and talks? I mean, that's kind of what we're doing tonight, I suppose. Oh, maybe we should be growing bigger. I'm saying for me not to like Hassan, but like Asmund. Oh, gotcha. I mean, they're very different people. You like who you want to like. Hassan does more of an educational, political type thing. We're looking a bit into politics in America. The more I do, the more I die inside. It's an interesting case study. I mean, hey, what's up, Goat? Who you support? I'm going to say I support that you find out who you want to support. Yeah, I'm taking kind of a pretty neutral stance in talking about my own points of view, but there's a reason. If you hit me up in DMs, if you, what's the word I'm looking for, cyberstalk me, I'll probably talk to you about it. But on these streams, I'm deliberately trying to make sure that both sides get some sort of representation and understanding, so that we can then blast apart any of the bad shit. Does that make sense? Yeah. But we've gone off of that topic pretty far. As you can see, we're watching Asmongold make a steak. Yeah, politics in America are interesting, I think, because so many countries, one, follow us as a guiding light, or two, they watch what's going on in the US because they're afraid of how that's going to reciprocate, or not reciprocate, sort of ripple across the other nations. Like, what policy changes will we make that are going to eventually affect or influence other politicians in other countries? Also, our foreign policy is all over the place, right? We have fingers in everything. We have bases all over the place. We're trying to defend so many different interests. We're trying to block other people from growing or expanding their interests in different ways. So we're just big meddlers. So I think even if it's freaky or scary, it's good to understand American politics, just because it's a good case study in somebody who's got a lot of influence and meddling power and uses it all over the place to sway and manipulate everyone around them. And other people do look to us as a guiding post too. So crazy. Asmund is him reacting to stuff people send him. Oh, okay. Sometimes political stuff, like him streaming the Amber Heard trial. Interesting. To be fair, most of Europe is delving into American level politics too. I can believe that. I've not really looked at European politics lately. Oh, okay. Trump is a conservative icon the world over. I can imagine that. I can imagine that. Anybody who's also trying to create a conservative movement, or especially do anything involving nationalism, ethno-state, or religious conservatism, if it's more of a like Judeo-Christian sort of angle, I imagine there's a case study to be had with Trump, because the amount of influence that Trump has while not following the political party rules that came before him is interesting, right? He's swayed a large constituency using the tactics that he's using. That's got to make some eyebrows raise. That's got to make some people interested in understanding and trying to leverage those tactics for their end in their countries too, right? World police, more like it. I wouldn't say world police. I don't think the US, you could correct me if I'm wrong, because you might know some insider stuff that I don't, but I know some insider stuff that you don't. The US rarely, if ever, goes out and polices where we don't have an agenda or we don't have a reason to be there. I've talked with so many people that weren't sure what the heck we were doing in Afghanistan, for example, when we had a very clear and present reason. Now, that reason was never really published in media. We didn't have any particular presidents coming forth and saying, hey, yes, Afghanistan needs our help, but we're also there to do X, Y, and Z. but we did have an X, Y, and Z. We absolutely did. Team America, fuck yeah, freedom's the only way. America is embracing European-style racism now. There's been a sentiment that wants to go back to a more racist America for sure, and I think there are places where it's got a holdover population, but there are historically racist areas that are moving past it too, which is nice to see. And I think it is lightening up. Even if it looked like the trend was starting to come back again, I do think it's lightening up. I'll take Trump seriously when I hear him speak coherent sentences. He doesn't need coherence. He only needs an emotional vein. If he can get the right emotion out, which is generally fear, then people will follow him, because fear works. Can't take Biden seriously then too. It's a good point. Biden's incoherent for sure. We don't police directly, but we do have people go out and assassinate or affect governments and countries. Yes, but with our own agenda is my point. A police force would police for policing's sake. And what I'm saying is the reason we get involved in other countries' affairs is because it's percolated up to becoming a high priority for us to do so. Right now is nothing more than a counter surge pushing against a major shift. I definitely believe that the conservative movement in the US right now is reactionary, and it needs to be reformed soon. The GOP needs to be made into something different, and it needs to probably let go of its strong Judeo-Christian roots in order to progress forward, because those are holding it back. So unless the right can break away from the Christian right and move towards something different, which I think Trump is actually helping them do, to become something that's more a fiscal answer to Democrat spending, and tries to go for an austerity government, tries to actually reduce government size, and do something that would be a push back against progressivism, but for actual conservatism of the country, as opposed to Trump, who spends way too much money, even when he's not in a pandemic. We just look pre-pandemic spending. Trump spent like a Democrat, which is terrible. If we had somebody with the way that he talks about economics, but actually doing a more austere economic plan, you'd have grounds for a new GOP, I think. Something that moves away from theocracy. And then maybe it would be successful in a larger part of the country without needing a cult of personality to do so. Unless you count tariffs against China, Russia, and other stuff. I mean, that's just trying to be protectionist against outsourcing all of our jobs, right? Right now is nothing more than a counter surge. Oh, I think we already read that. What about when he stops lying every sentence? That counter push will subside eventually. Oh yeah, I mean, it's really hard to indoctrinate somebody new into Christianity, into especially American Protestantism. So their only hope right now is to try to breed their way out of this, and I don't know if that's going to really fly, or if that's going to be enough to keep their numbers bolstered. We police our interests and then try to stop other countries from climbing up the ladder. That's true too. Yeah, we do try that. I'll give Trump this. He's got charisma. Yeah, I mean, he's snarky, he's mean, and he's memeable, right? So the right love that. He's able to dig into people, and that's very much appealing. It's a sarcastic, snarky sort of way of communication, and it really appeals. I mean, that's a very American thing, to be sarcastic at each other. I've not really got a reason to look at American politics aside from finding out when to get in a bunker. That's fair. You got enough riz to grab him right by the pussy, right? Or talk about wanting to fuck his daughter. All right, let's finish up with this guy's ending points, and then I need to get some sleep. I needed to get some sleep a while ago.
I know a lot of people ask about it. This was a method. Izzy taught me how to make steaks, and she probably will not be happy with some of the little twists that I put on it. but I think I'm doing great. And I also use A1 for my steaks. I've been using A1 for a long time. This one is empty. I left it down here to remind myself to get more A1. I have 4 more bottles upstairs, and I think one of them has actually isn't. No, there's 2 of them that are empty, and then there's 2 that are not. Because the other one is like a different kind of A1. Yeah. So anyway, I use A1 with my steak. So anyway, guys, I wanted to do this video and kind of show you all
So he puts
how it's
Worcestershire and
done by
A1.
Steak Master. Thank you so much for watching. I might do another one of these. Peace.
I get, so he's got what, lemon pepper? I forget what the other seasoning was, and then
This guy loves steak. This guy is
it's auto-playing something else. A1, Worcestershire, lemon pepper, and seasoning number 4. That's how can you? No wonder he probably is okay with well done, tough leather steak fried in his old pan. It's probably just tastes all the seasoning. Yeah, this guy's straight up bizarre. I mean, he's amazingly internet famous. It gives me hope, to be honest. if all I need is to figure out how to break through algorithms and find a way to percolate to the top, if he's the sort of person that garners as many views and engagement as he does, that it does inspire me. It makes me feel okay. So my coherence and capacity for rational thought and engaging in higher level conversation while also still being a gamer and able to joke and be lowbrow and be degenerate, like I feel like this is a thing that I could do at least to make money to run this one household. Just be unhinged. I can't be something I'm not. That's the thing. Yes, I have acted. I've gone to an acting academy. I could create a character and do that persona online. It would not bring me joy. Would not bring me joy. Stream yourself streaking in football stadiums. You'll go big instantly. I mean, football doesn't usually make me feel that way. That's not how I usually go big, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure I've ever seen D be unhinged. Even when I'm at my angriest, I think I'm scary when I'm angry because I get cold, and very removed, and I lower my voice and I talk very emotionless, like nothing could possibly faze me or knock me off of my foundation. Yeah. So yeah, I don't do unhinged. I mean, I'm Finnish. Finnish people don't feel emotion. Jump off your roof, rip your shirt in midair, and eat it after getting up. Man, I don't have that kind of energy. I have 2 kids, man. I can't summon that kind of pathos. I go cold and remote too. I've been told it's scary. Yeah. I go really quiet before I start getting angry. I go really loud myself. Interesting. I really get angry. I get sad and sassy. Okay. I mean, that can work too. Likos, I never pinned you for a loud angry. Okay. If we start down another topic, I'm going to stay up even later and really fuck my sleep schedule over. So I got to go do my human thing, get to sleep, go do all my work stuff tomorrow. I love your faces. What we'll probably do, this is a message to you, those of you listening right now. What I'd like to do is continue kind of where we left off with the Asmongold stuff, see the tour of the house, and there was like one other thing you guys wanted to show me. Like 2 videos, we'll show those at the beginning of the Saturday stream. So that's Saturday, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. Be there, and we'll watch a couple more videos along the same vein because we ran out of time for them. And then we will drop into Layers of Fear for the remainder of the Saturday night festivities because we've still got lots of Layers of Fear to go. But that's what we'll do so that I can get sleep tonight, but we don't cut off what we were going to watch. Takes a lot to get me super angry. 24-hour stream when? I have kids. 24-hour streams are like impossible. I did a 12-hour stream as a like thank you to you guys just being awesome last year. I didn't save it as a VOD, but I did it. And we were playing Cyberpunk. It was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I would do it again. I was a little bit sore afterwards because I didn't do enough stretching and moving around, but it was fantastic. Imagine leaving us till Saturday. Believe me, if I was doing this full time, I would not be. But because I'm not, I am B. As culture of the house and the trying fruit. Okay, yeah, we can check this out. Unsubbed, unfollowed reporter for hate crimes. You know what, Likos? You're the problem with this country. You're the reason. You're the woke traditional police in that video that we're trying to tell that strapping young DJ who's going to be famous one day that you should stop following that girl. You're just like them. And I've unfriended you on all socials right now. I'm leaving. No, I'm just kidding. I have to actually do the whole goodbye thing. Can't sit for more than 4 hours. Oh, I've got a walking desk. I can just walk if I get too tired. Fuck you, Mr. Moderator, for influencing the debate. You're all that's wrong with this country. I'm just kidding. I love Likos more than half of you. So I won't say which half, but Likos is one of my favorite beans. I appreciate you being here. All right. You all have been fantastic. Tonight has been a wonderful night. I didn't even get through half of the things I prepared for tonight's discourse. So maybe we'll just have to wait for other socials or another time. But I super appreciate tonight's chat. If you're on Kick or YouTube, we're saying goodbye to you right now. Twitch, we're going to go find somebody to raid out to. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. Don't forget to catch me for more Asmon Gold reactions on Saturday. As soon as we start the stream. I can't believe I'm saying that as a call out for this stream, but nevertheless, it's happening. Those of you I'm saying goodnight to right now, bye. I'll catch you on Saturday. Twitch, hang on.